Hello, everybody. So tonight's selection is Santa Margherita. It's a Pinot Grigio, and this is an Italian white wine, and it comes from the Alto Adige region of Italy, which is the northernmost part region of Italy. It borders Switzerland and Austria. So this is a white wine that is made from the Pinot Gris grape, and it produces a very dry, crisp white wine that has the flavor of a golden, delicious apple. So this wine pairs well with pasta dishes, rice dishes, seafood, white meat, sushi, and souffle. So we've looked at several Chardonnay white wines. So if you wanted to compare a Pinot Grigio, it has a much lighter, more delicate taste, whereas Chardonnays tend to be richer, creamier, and more buttery. So if you're looking for a dry wine, not as sweet because this does have less sugar, this is the Pinot Grigio by Santa Margherita. So cheers. Enjoy the show.
Influence, yeah, see me moving, yeah, I glow up. Every time I show up, I can flip my switch out. They act like they know us, but they know dog, I'm big dog. Asking if it's still a flex, say they better go ask Booyah. Never think I'm gon' check, better pull up like whoa. Come to place and I'm the best, I ain't worried about none who y'all. 24, no rest, stand on business, I'm too tall. Thought you was a threat, I do real life, do no tip for tat. On the internet, we don't do that, see I've been a threat, and I've been a vet. Thought you knew that way, I'm cashing checks, I don't owe no debts, I've been through that, see you SOS. SOS, SOS, see you SOS. Need a life vest, need no mic check, SOS. SOS, SOS, see you SOS. We don't talk checks, we get to it. All in for the jackpot. Every time I want the last shot. Championship ring. Ring started from a mascot. Went to Rollies from a G-Shot. Brand new kettle, no teapot. You should know I don't play. Go sicko mode like I'm T-Scott. Eagle vision from the treetop. Went to image from a green dot. Never had no limit, but I had some Reeboks. Keep it humble, but the fees not. In the game, no free spots. But I earn what's mine. Nothing less, I'ma shine. Thought you was a threat. I do real life, do no tip for tat. On the internet, we don't do that. See, I've been a threat, and I've been a vet. Thought you knew that way, I'm cashing checks. I don't owe no debts, I've been through that. See you SOS. SOS, SOS, see you SOS. Need a life vest, need no mic check. SOS, 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 see you SOS. We don't talk checks, we get to it.
Mute Monster, got you, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of Black Men Unfiltered Network's Flipping Tables. Man, we are here once again on a Tuesday. Tonight, we only have the males here for moderation. We have a panel full of beautiful women in the building tonight who are going to have the conversation about Sister Kamala Harris. Now, before we do that, I got my co-host here, my brother from another mother, the velvet voice of YouTube himself, Lost in Translation. What's going on, my guy? How you doing today, brother?
I am well, brother. I am well. The question is, how are you doing this evening, sir?
Man, you know, I'm sunshine, partly cloudy with a chance of rain, man. On honeymoon happy and peacock proud
Yes,
to be
sir.
sitting here with you, man. The astute, intelligent black man that you are, brother. Happy to be sharing the stage with you tonight, man.
Likewise, likewise.
All right. Hey, now, Jersey Watcher, listen, you can DM me, but you got to be cammed up. You got to have a great light in the background, no noise. We don't want kids climbing on bunk beds in your background. So if that's the case, just send me an IM. We appreciate it. All right, guys. So who do we have in the chat tonight, man? Go ahead, Lost in Translation, and talk to me.
Well, first up, we got Embrace the Grace. Yes, indeed. Followed by the one and only Take Heed to the Message. We also have Smitty Corner in the building. We also have the lovely Melania in the house, A-Team in the building. You also have Catalia, and we also have Green Beans in the building, followed by Anissa, of course, Lana S. Who else we got? We got King Libra in the building, and James. Damn. James. Of course, you know we got Boss Man in the house. We also have Jersey Watcher in the house. You understand what I'm saying? And who else do we have? I think that is going to... Wait a minute. We got Boss Man in the building. I forgot. And we also got the distinguished professor in the building. It's always a pleasure.
What's up? Why?
That's right. We also got Diggs, by the way. That's right. Trayvon Diggs in the building. And who else do we have? Jersey Watcher. I think that is it. I mean, I don't want to make sure we leave nobody out. We got Josh in the building. Yep, that's it. We got quite a few people here tonight, man.
Yes, we do, man. The audience will keep going. Listen, guys, while you're watching, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, also hit the share button, share with somebody. If you feel like the show is great, send a Cash App. You'll see the Cash App scrolling at the bottom of the screen in a few seconds. Hit the Cash App. Also, you can do a super chat as well, or you become a member of the channel, okay? All right, make sure that everybody that comes on this panel tonight that we also subscribe to their channels as well. Lost in Translation has a channel that you guys need to subscribe to as well. So please go over and subscribe to his channel as well, and also the people that are here tonight. So we want to support them in their shows and everything that they do as well. The rising tide, as I always say, raises all ships. We support each other here. All right. So I want to start bringing up people, man. Listen, I'm excited about these ladies tonight to have this conversation. So I want to start up with the person that has two people on camera. Okay, y'all know the beautiful, the enchanting, the lovely, our sister from another mister, Miss Ginny.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
What's going on? Good to see you, sis. Good to see you. All right.
Good evening.
Now today she had a game show. Listen, she's going to give Jeopardy, and she's going to give Wheel of Fortune a run for their damn money. She's coming. She's going to blow up. Guys, you got to give it up for Alicia in the building tonight.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Now, the next person I want to bring up, y'all just saw her do the wine of the night. You want to make sure you're calm, that you get what you need tonight so you can enjoy the conversation. Y'all give it up for Anissa. She's in the building tonight.
Hello, everybody.
All right. Let's see what we got next. Y'all know what? On Monday nights, this woman has a show on this very network called Monday Mayhem. If you don't know who that is, you already know. Listen, I'm just gonna let her speak for herself. Embrace the Graces in the building tonight.
Hi, ladies. Hi, kings. How are you today?
Good evening.
All right. All right. So next up, come on. Now I want to bring up. I was speaking to her. We spoke about, about last year maybe, and I told her I was going to bring her on when we have the women leadership conversation, and she agreed to come on. So I am happy that she's here. This is her first time here on the BMU network. So let's give it up for Miss KB Burks is in the building.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Right.
Good evening.
Now, Lord have mercy. The last but not least, my sister from another mister. If you make her mad, you get a blister. Give it up for Take Heed to the doggone message in the building tonight. Good to see you. All right, now, guys, I'm going to start doing something on the show that gives us, because Anissa you know, she gets on my nerves. I love Anissa. She's my sister, but she just get on my nerves so bad. Look at her laughing at me. She get on my nerves so bad. And so for moving forward, when we have these type of conversations, whether political or religious conversations, we're always going to have a fact checker. And tonight, all right, we're going to have a fact checker in the building. Boss Man is in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, boss
Hey,
man.
boss man.
Yeah, he's joining us to be our fact checker tonight. So if anybody on the panel feels like we need to fact check something, he is our guy. He's going to find what we're looking for. Then he's going to let us know if it's fact or fiction, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So welcome everybody. Welcome. Now I want to check these ladies' temperature tonight. You guys look so wonderful. I want to start out with Embrace the Grace. How are you tonight? And how's everything been going since you became an empty nester?
It's going good. I'm actually good. We talk more now than we did when he was living with me. So I'm good with that. Today God showed me how blessed and highly favored I was. So I am in a good mood. I'm ready for this. So let's bring it.
All right. So Sister Anissa, how are you today?
I am wonderful. I had a good day today. Work was long, but it was a good day, and I'm ready for the show.
All right. Thank you. All right. Alicia, how are you today? You had a good game show today. How are you today?
I'm good. I got a good workout with the game show today.
I know I saw you.
Lost. So we had a ton of fun.
Yes, we did.
Absolutely, guys. If you want to watch the game show, please come over here every Tuesday, 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, and be on the game show with Alicia right here on this network. I appreciate you, Alicia, for all the good work you're doing. All right, Miss Ginny. Listen, Miss Ginny it's unfair that she has two people in her block tonight. But we're gonna deal with it, okay? Miss Ginny, how are you and your twin doing tonight?
We are doing well. Been very busy lately. So for those of you who don't know, I take care of pets. That's what I do for my day job. And this is our busy season right now. So I had a lot of pets that I was taking care of this past week. And so house is pet free right now.
Okay. All right. Hey, listen, guys, I already told Miss Ginny we're going to have her digital baby shower. So y'all get y'all money and y'all bread together because we're going to take care of her, okay? All right, we're going to make sure she's absolutely. All right, Miss KB Burks, how are you tonight?
I'm great. Doing pretty good. Worked a long day, and now I'm at home, so doing pretty good. Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here. Take heed to the message.
Everything is all right. We just preparing to get the eldest one out this week because she's heading back to college. Yeah, I remember I told y'all she went away for the summer for a few weeks. They do that to the freshmen to get them ready. So now she's finally officially off by Friday. So, the waterworks will come and all that. So we just thank God she's the first. So we thank God. That's it.
All right. Thank you so much. Hey, so Lost and I missed anybody? Oh no. Hey, listen, come on. I can't leave my guy out, right? Welcome to the family. Boss Man is in the building tonight. As our fact checker, man, how are you? How's your wife? How's the children? I know you cooked something today. How's everything going, brother?
Yes, I'm doing all right. Family is good. I rushed, woke up early, worked, rushed, and made dinner, and got the kid down and everything, and took care of everyone to make sure I was here on time to be a part of the panel. So appreciate the invite to the family. It's good to be here. It's good to be part of everything, and everything is doing all right. Everything's good.
All right. Last but not least, Lost in Translation, man. How was your day, brother?
Actually pretty good, man. I got a lot of work done today. I got on the game show today, man. Had a good time with Miss Alicia, man. I ain't get my nap, but it was worth it today, man. I appreciate it. We had fun.
Well, I'm glad to have all you ladies here tonight to have a conversation. We're going to jump right into the conversation tonight. I just want to ask the question: what qualifies Kamala Harris to be president? And I want to start with our guest, KB Burks. What do you think? What qualifies her to be the president of the United States?
I mean, her resume speaks for itself. I mean, she's done years as a senator. She's been an attorney general. She has a very decorated career of success, and so she's shown that she is a proven leader. She's currently the vice president. The next elevation up would be president. And so I think that her credentials speak for themselves based on what she has accomplished, what she has done. In addition to that, when we look at what we have seen in a presidential candidate in the last few years, she definitely has more credentials than her opponent, which was the president prior to what we have today. And so we could drill down a little bit further into her credentials, but I think her credentials speak for themselves as to what it is that qualifies her to be the president of the United States of America.
All right, thank you for that. We're gonna get deep. We're gonna dig into that in a minute. Take heed to the message. Your perspective. What qualifies Kamala Harris to be president of the United States?
She's an amazing woman. Highly educated, and she does have amazing credentials. She does. I cannot shy away from that or say she's not highly educated. But the way that I feel about her is a personal reason. And I just don't believe a woman can be president. That's how I feel, because everything is touchy-feely with us. I've never met a woman that has never cried and said my feelings. I've never met a woman that could stand on business without letting her feelings play into it. Even a manager or an owner, or a vice president or VP of a business. But her credentials are amazing. But the problem is, and like I had said this many times before, the past 10 years, only 22 women have been president. In other nations, only 22 women. Currently now, I believe there's only 6 currently now. And these nations are nothing compared to the United States of America. Only one comes close, and that's South Africa, which still the parliament rules South Africa. So she can't do anything without them saying anything. But the problem is that we have never had a woman president, and I have to put, quotes for the free world. We have never had a woman president before. And the thing is that anybody who has ever been governed by a woman, anybody, just a regular average job, you never hear them speak highly of that woman. And you're telling me that this said woman can go and battle it out with other men of powerful nations? I just don't see it, because when we get out here and we see her running away from debates, I have a problem with that. And that's just my take on it.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Takeda. I appreciate that. Embrace the grace. Give us your perspective on why do you think that Kamala Harris is qualified?
Well, first of all, I want to tell you that I don't think she's qualified. Just because she's highly educated and she has good credentials, that doesn't make you qualified for the position. I mean, at least we can say that Trump has been president. She hasn't. Furthermore, you can be smart and have all this degree and intellect, but you can still be an airhead at the same time and lack common sense. You may have book smarts, but you don't have common sense. And when she specifically said that she is not going to do anything for the Black people, and now she claims that she's Black when we all know that she's not, she's grasping for straws. Just stand on who you are and what you are, and let us decide afterwards. Perfect example. Yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of 13 Afghanistan soldiers that died under the Biden administration. Where were they? But Trump was at Arlington Cemetery honoring those soldiers. He doing the job already, and he ain't even in the position. So with that being said, Democrats have been running this country 12 years out of 16 years, and they ain't done shit, said shit. So I don't think that she's qualified. I don't think because somebody's highly educated and has credentials that makes them qualified. And furthermore, she didn't really do too well with the melanated community when it came to her district attorney. She just put people in jail, and she had to be forced to bring out evidence 5 hours before somebody was going to be put down. So with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted.
All right, thank you so much. Anissa, what are your thoughts?
I definitely think she's capable. I definitely think that she is smart enough. I agree with Ms. Burks. Her resume speaks for itself. She has served in a lot of capacities. She has been an attorney. She's been a district attorney. She's been an attorney general. She served in the Senate, and she served as vice president. So she has served the country. She has served people in a number of ways. So I think that she's definitely capable. I do understand that where she would have a man problem, as how men would see her and how men will relate to her. But I don't think that takes away from her ability and to say that she's not capable of doing the job.
All right, Alicia, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
Hello. Can you all hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start by saying that I don't really follow politics. They follow politics. So I'm just speaking on from the point of just being a woman. Most women, and we can just look through our history, most women just aren't capable to have the logic for a position such as that. Just as the way we're designed, it's possible, but it's rare. It's rare. There are the Nzingas and the Hatshepsuts, but it's rare. If she's that 1 or 2% woman, then she may do a good job. But based on what I've heard, because I don't follow politics, but based on what I've heard, it doesn't seem like she's a good fit.
All right. Now, before we move on to Miss Ginny, our second fact checker is here, and I want to make sure that I bring him up, introduce him as well. He ran a little late tonight, but ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the angry man. He's in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no!
Good to see you, angry man. Good to see you, my brother.
All right, it's gonna be good.
This is gonna be good. Yeah.
Miss Ginny, what are your thoughts? What makes Kamala Harris qualified to be president of the United States?
Well, I believe that anybody who rises to the position of being the president probably has to worship the devil. So, because I believe that she probably does that and probably, is linked up with all the powers that be and the Illuminati and all that, that would be her only qualification. But other than that, then she's absolutely not qualified. And since, in the title it says what Bible, the King James Bible, and the King James Bible says in 1 Timothy 2:12 that I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. And so I don't believe in women in leadership, whether that be the president or if that be the head fry cook at Denny's. I just don't think that's their place. And so I think that, Trump definitely has his problems. I don't think he's perfect either. But I would never, under any circumstances, vote for any woman for president, let alone Kamala Harris, who has a bloodlust for the unborn, which is one of her biggest problems as far as I'm concerned as well.
Oh, and with you being pregnant, saying that says that's Ooh, that's ringing true right now.
We ain't got started yet now. We ain't got started yet now.
Lost in translation as the co-host of tonight. Then we're going to get into our fact checkers over here. But lost in translation, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm gonna remain neutral today because I don't want to taint the conversation. Y'all already know how I feel about it, and I feel like I would just I would take away from the experience tonight. So I'm going to yield my mic back to the team and leave it at that. So I'm gonna go ahead and just throw the rules out there. You know, we can all sing together, but we can't talk together. So one mic at a time. When it's your time, we'll let you talk. And then when you want to rebuttal, just let us know. Raise your hand so we can do it. So we can make sure we keep everything clean. Okay.
Absolutely. Appreciate that, my brother. So I want to go to the fact checkers here. Boss Man and Angry Man, you guys heard the voices of the ladies say that what makes her qualified and or what does not make her qualified. What says you, Boss Man? And then Angry Man, you come up last. But Boss Man, what do you say as far as that? Is she qualified to be president?
If you take just what she has done, positions that she's held, and if you just were to just take gender apart from it, gender aside, and if you were to look at the same things you would look at from a man's perspective, then sure. If you were to look at what she's done all the way up until this point, as far as what she's done at her state level, what she's done in the Senate, and what she's done as a vice president thus far, carry that over to a man, sure. If you were to match her record up, you could probably say there are some questionable issues that's worth puncturing into and saying why, and deserves some scrutiny, absolutely, right? But just on the merit, sure. Add in a little bit of gender in there, and you then start having some questions, of course, from depending on which lens you look at. But just on the merit of what she has done and her pedigree and resume, like a man would, even one-on-one, sure.
All right. And our other fact checker tonight, who's coming in with the facts, Angry Man. I know you're voting for Kamala, but what makes her qualified to be president of the United States?
She's not qualified.
Okay,
at
can
all.
you elaborate on
And
that?
I'm trying to figure out what this fantastic record is that y'all keep talking about. She doesn't have a fantastic record. She literally screwed her way to every position she has. What record? What, the record of locking up countless black men in California and then holding them past their release date for free labor? Sending a man to death row who was innocent? What's her record? Locking up parents for their children's truancy and laughing about it, and utilizing the same prosecutors that prosecute murderers to go after those parents?
Well, if you were
literally, now hold on, before you even do that, let me finish, because I know how Negroes are so susceptible to brainwashing, because they're literally on the internet right now scrubbing the internet of her actual record, because they know all she got to do to convince y'all that she's qualified is talk about how she washes her greens in a tub, how she keeps hot sauce in her bag, make a couple of references about Tupac and Biggie and how she used to smoke weed in college, do a little more tap dancing and jazz hands, and you niggas is ready to vote for her. She's not qualified, and she's dumber than Dan Quayle. This is the main reason why she's unwilling to do any interviews. Because the moment she does an interview and they ask her one difficult question, she's going to sound like a blithering idiot, and they know it. So what they're going to do is they're going to keep her away from the media for as long as they can, until it's time for her to do the debate, which I believe at the final hour, they're going to come up with some excuse for her not to do the debate so that y'all will actually vote blindly for her. But she's not qualified in no way, shape, and form. And her motives and her actions shows what she's really about. Just ask Nina Simone's family about their estate. Ask them about that. Ask them about how she made sure that when Nina Simone's family made a small mistake in the managing of that estate, she snatched it from them, went after him with the full force of her office. That's how much she loved Black people. So no, she's not qualified at all.
All right. Thank you for your for that. Now tonight, guys, if you want to send in a super chat, or since a lot of people are coming in, we got 66 watching. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe button, guys, as you're coming in, and share. But I have a few things I want to share. And one of the guys are as angry as Angry Man. Angry Man, I think he's beating you on the Richter scale. But before we get to that, anybody want to respond to what Angry Man said, to what the fact checker said? Anybody on the panel? Oh, Miss Burks would like to. Miss Burks, you muted. Unmute your mic for us, please.
There you are.
There you go.
I respect everyone's opinions. I am a true advocate of diversity of thought. However, I'd like to rebut what Angry Man said. Number one, I think that it's a very egregious statement for you to say that Black people are just silly enough to vote for anyone that proclaims to have any type of Black culture. That's an insult on my intelligence. That's an insult on everything that I've worked for. That's an insult on my brain power. So that in and of itself is just very insulting. Number two, I'd like to know, what do you believe are the qualifications for a president? And if you believe that she's not qualified to be the president, why was not there any turmoil about her being the vice president, when the next logical step for a vice president is to be the president? If the president had died,
She would be president.
she would be president. No one had a problem with her being the vice president. But for some reason, we, especially we as Black people, sometimes have a problem with a woman rising to the top rank. We're okay if we're number two. But when we get to the top, there's a problem. And I think that that is ingrained in our minds from some other place that is not of God. And if we're going to talk about Bible, let's talk about Deborah in Judges, okay? Let's talk about her role, right? And how she was assigned. So we could talk Bible, but we'll have to talk whole Bible. Because had she not been assigned to do what she had done, Barack wouldn't have done what he could have done. And so I just find issue with the fact that we want to group people in these mass groups. I professionally have been the only woman to rise to certain ranks. And I'm from the dusty dirt rocks of Lake Providence, Louisiana, which was once the poorest town in the nation. Okay.
Exactly what it is.
So everything that I got, I worked for, and I rose to the top in every particular position. So to say that this woman that dedicated her time, her energy, and her efforts to her education, to her professional career, only got there by sleeping her way up is totally insulting, and it plays into the narrative that white people make about Black women. Somebody said she may not be Black. I get that all the time. I got a Black mama and a Black daddy. And again, I grew up in the dust fields of Lake Providence, Louisiana. You don't get no blacker than me, although my skin may be light. I yield the floor.
I want to say this real quick. Now, tonight we have the women tonight with two fact checker, which are men. Part two of this will be Tuesday, next Tuesday night, where we'll have all men and two women fact checkers. So to the guys that are here tonight, I didn't know you guys were guys because I couldn't see you from the chat. But Jersey Watcher, I definitely would like you to be a part of that show next Tuesday, as well as Sam. You guys send me a email. Well, I already got yours, Jersey. But Sam, send me an email at blackmenunfiltered@gmail.com, and I'll definitely have you and Jersey watcher on the show. Okay. All right. I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you for being here. I really do appreciate you. So I want to play something here. Angry Man, this guy here is more upset than you are.
I don't get to rebut what she said.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Would you like to rebut? Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to remember everything she said because I have ADHD. But first of all, you're a hypocrite. Because the first thing you did is you pointed out that I said black people vote just because somebody's black, which has already been proven. That's already been proven. This is not a mystery. And I'm not a white man, so that doesn't work on me. I know what niggas do all day, every day. Okay. But then you turned around and you did the same thing. You insulted my intelligence by trying to say that the reason I don't want to vote for her is because she's a woman. I don't care if she's a woman. She's not qualified. And I listed the reasons why. Because what is she running on? What's her policy? She's running on identity politics. And her identity politics suck. Now, even though she may have the same complexion as you, that don't make her black. And the reason it don't make her black is because her mother is most certainly Indian. Her father is Indian, Jamaican, and Irish. And he classifies himself as a Caucasian. Not to mention the fact that her grandfather or great-grandfather was one of the biggest slave owners in Jamaica. This is all historical fact. This is not my opinion. Okay? And to bring up Barack Obama, that's laughable. Okay? Because right before Barack Obama got in office, September 18th of 2018, the deficit was $80 billion. That's how much the country owed. $80 billion, right? By the time Donald Trump got into office, January 20th of 2017, the deficit was then $4.5 trillion. There is no president in this country that has literally destroyed the birthright of our children than Barack Obama. So I don't want to hear about Barack Obama. Okay? He's horrible too. And as far as Kamala being picked to be the vice president, she was picked to be the vice president because everybody knows that Joe Biden is an old school racist. All right? They picked her to balance out the ticket. But trust and believe, they were never going to allow her to be president if something happened to Joe Biden, which is the main reason they kept wheeling him out there like Weekend at Bernie's. Because if she was really qualified to be president, they would have been 25th Amendment his behind and got him up out of there because it's obvious he was not fit to be president. Now, as far as her being qualified to be president, right? No, she was never qualified to be president just because she was vice president. Saying that would be like saying that Dan Quayle was qualified to be president, which is totally ridiculous, okay? Now, as far as her qualifications, if you go and look at her schedule as vice president, the vast majority of the time for the term, it was empty. She literally did nothing. The only thing she was charged with was to do something down at the border and be border czar, which they're trying to get rid of now, pretend like that never existed. And she did absolutely nothing. And how do I know her schedule was empty? Because I went and looked at it every day. I literally went and looked at it every day. Why? Because I follow politics. I pay attention to who's running the country or supposedly running the country and what's going on. And I'm telling you right now, y'all can keep playing these identity politic games if you want to. If Kamala Harris becomes president, you better be getting your passport. You better be finding another country to live in because we're going to have some real problems.
All right. Now, appreciate that. Now, again, Sam, thank you for being here. Jersey Watcher, thank you. I'll see you guys in the back. I will
I
have you
think
guys
Take
on
Heed had
next
a finger
Tuesday.
up before, after Angry Man.
Okay, so yeah, I was just wanted to address Jersey and real quick. Jersey
Okay.
and Sam, we'll have you guys on next Tuesday. Take heed to the message. Go ahead, take it away.
Can I say something right quick before you jump in? The Barack that I was referring to was not Barack Obama. I think you
Oh, my
misunderstood.
bad. My bad.
Yeah, we were talking Bible at that point. Okay.
Oh, my bad. My fault. I thought you were talking about Barack Obama. Because I got a lot to say about him too.
No, we talked about when I talked about the Barack Obama, I referenced Deborah.
Deborah. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you.
All right, Take Heed.
So a lot of things that we hear right now on the panel is it's amazing how the truth can just come out and just be in full display. And I love that. This is one thing that I truly love. But we can't take away the fact that this woman she still has the positions she has held. She still had held these positions. Now, no matter how she got them, she still held these positions. Now, I'll tell you this. Only how she has made it to be VP is because we all know Biden need a woman of color to be in here. All the news machines were running that. He needed to pick a woman of color. So he had to go with her. She was the most qualified on paper. He had to go with her. Now, check this out. We had no choice but to take her because he picked her. It wasn't that we wanted to take her. He picked her. We had to take her. And then on top of that, it was C-19 going on. Everybody was terrified. The truth will always remain. Biden should not have gotten picked either, because the way he disrespected us in 88 and in 94. This is the whole truth. If we want to sit up here and tell it, Bernie Sanders should have been the president. But he's not in the cool kids club. So he didn't make it. Biden should not have been president, and she good and hell well should have not been VP in the first place. And only why this color politics has come into play is because of her. First of all, Black people have been voting white folk in the White House for God knows how long. We don't care what color you are. And this is the sad part that Black people don't want to realize. Long as you could do a two-step, let's talk about it, and say you put hot sauce on everything, Black people gonna vote for you. Long as you can make some type of adjustment, acting like you Black a little bit, you gonna get voted in. Now, yes, there may be a lot of Black people that are well educated and understand, but it ain't enough for y'all. It ain't enough of y'all who are well educated and understand. There are a lot of us that we voted Barack in because he was Black. If you ask a handful of Black people, why did you vote for Barack? They will not say it's because of what he done or what he was. They ain't gonna say none of that. They gonna say they voted for Barack because he was Black. If you ask people why did they vote for Clinton, they gonna say because he played that saxophone on Arsenio Hall, and that's why I voted for him. This is the truth, and we have to sit up here and basically say what it is. A lot of Black people do not sit up here and pay attention to politics. We don't. Long as you could resonate with us just a little bit, you're going to get the Black vote. The thing is that when our ancestors were giving the Black vote, the presidents knew what it was when they were giving the Black, when they were voting for them. They knew what it was. They knew this was a transactional thing. That's the difference. We don't understand that this is a transactional thing. That's why they can get out here bold enough to say, if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black. If you don't vote for Kamala, you ain't black. Knowing good and hell well, that is not how it goes. You get my vote, you give us your resources. That's how it goes. But we have lost that. We have lost that, and we don't understand that. Only problem we got is that she the one who said she was black. Her own father was upset with her because he said she playing identity politics. Her father said it. Now, why he ain't say it when she got up there and said she's so proud to be the first South Asian Indian senator? He was not mad with her about that until she got on Charlemagne's show and she sat up there and said, my whole family come from Jamaica. And she told Charlemagne said to her, so you black? She said, I'm black, but people don't understand. What does that mean? And her father got up there and was very upset and said he's going to disassociate himself from his own daughter. So if she's black, why didn't she say I'm African American or I'm Jamaican African or whatever? When she was first put into power as a senator, she didn't recognize she was black then. She only recognized the part of her being Indian. And if we want to call a spade, every child is whatever their father is. So let's talk about it. This does not make sense. And I still say a woman should not be in power. I don't care where you from, how much education you got. Y'all cannot handle things properly. We cannot. When shit go left, we don't know how to get in there and talk with people that we can't stand. When a woman can't stand you, she will not cooperate with you. She will not. No woman has ever been in power has cooperated with another woman that they can't stand. And anybody can get up here and say, oh, well, I was this and I was that. No, I want to know the people that you work with. Do they say good things about you? Do they say good things about you? Do they say you have a good work ethic? Do they say that you don't challenge them and get nasty with them when you ask them to do an assignment? That's what, if you want to know the truth about a woman boss, you got to ask the people who she worked with. And that young woman who worked with Kamala, she said she was a nightmare. I'm done.
Can I say something real quick?
Real quick. Then we're going to I'm gonna do the super chat after that, and then I'll play that clip. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to clarify for KB. I'm not a person that thinks women can't rise to a certain position or be in a certain position if they're qualified to be in that position, right? I don't believe that a woman should be the president, not because a woman can't be qualified to be in a leadership role or whatever. There's too many factors that play into it when it comes to geopolitics. It's the perception of the rest of the world and the men who run those other countries that are not going to respect her because she's a woman, right? Now, as far as voting for a woman, I would vote for Take Heed for president. I would vote for Embrace the Grace for president. You feel what I'm saying? Because I know what type of time they on. But Kamala, nope, ain't gonna happen. That's all I had to say.
All right, let me say this real quick, please. So I want to do the super chat real quick. We got let's see here. Paid players are in demand. $5 super chat. Thank you for that, man. He said, not sure if no one voiced disapproval of Kamala in 2020. No one voted for her. She did not place coming first, second, or third in her own state of California. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. I want to play this real quick because Anger Man, like I said, you have some competition out here. And I'm gonna play this and then we'll get back to to the panel. Here we go.
Harris election campaign thing, and I just feel like, let me just say this to everybody out there who voted for Kamala Harris. I think y'all stupid as the mother. Stupid as a mother. She talk about the one thing they go off on is the reproductive rights. Who's in office right now? If Donald Trump changed it when he was in office, it been 3 years. You ran off of it last time. Under this administration that y'all claim y'all love and she's so good for the country, why haven't they done what they planned on doing 3 years ago? They still coming up with these same talking points, and you stupid motherfucker are still buying into the same dumb they said last time.
All right, he's angry.
Agitated.
Yo, he is beyond agitated.
As well, because it's obvious that he doesn't know who's responsible for changing those laws. And I think that we as a people, we fail to educate our people on the various different bodies of government and who does what, right? And so that could not have happened had not the justices been appointed that would have voted on it. And so until we could change the landscape of the justices, we can't reverse it. And that's one of our downfalls, I think, as a culture, is that we don't know who does what. And so we think that the president has all of this power, but they don't have that much power. They have to have a Congress to vote with them or against them to pass laws. They are not autonomous in everything that they do. And so when you have a person that's ranting like that about something that they could not change, it's really disheartening.
Well, he's frustrated as a black man because, number one, the Democratic Party ostracizes and alienates black men. It talks down to black men. It tells black men no voting, no vucking. It gives black men strip club advertisements and threatens black men that if they don't vote, their women won't date them. It's ridiculous. And as far as changing the landscape of the Supreme Court, right now the Supreme Court is conservative leaning. If it was liberal leaning, we would have already lost our freedom of speech, and we would have already lost our Second Amendment rights when it comes to bearing arms. And this is not conjecture. This is not me pretending. This is cases that were actually decided. In fact, one case where Clarence Thomas was the deciding vote. If he hadn't been the deciding vote in favor of the Second Amendment, we would have already lost our Second Amendment rights. I'm
in full agreement with that statement, what you said. But what that guy said was wrong. What you said.
Yeah, he's upset. He's mad and he's venting.
Not only is he mad, he's misinformed. He's a couple of things. He's misinformed. And I would go so far as to say that the young lady, my sister over here, that said that women cannot lead from logic is misinformed as well. And perhaps the women that she has dealt with don't have the ability to do it. And perhaps it's a minority of the women that have the ability to do it, but we can, and we have.
Well, let me ask you a question, KB, because you said that the brother's misinformed. So would you say that the average black voter has a low political IQ?
I would say the average voter does have a low political IQ.
Okay, so
Democratic Party, I'm sorry, let me land. I would also say that the Democratic Party as a whole has failed to educate the people that they consider their constituents.
Well, I mean, it's hard for them to educate them when they're too busy pandering to them.
For whatever reason that they fail to educate them, my stance is they have failed to educate them.
Okay, well, the reason why I asked that question, and I don't really want to focus on every group of people in America. I primarily want to focus on black people. And the reason why I want to focus on black people is because the country is pretty much in every election, the country is kind of split down the middle, as you know, and the black vote is usually what pushes whoever over the edge. So the reason why I would rather focus on the black vote is because if the black vote, if black voters are misinformed and they're voting off of feelings or identity politics, that's a very dangerous thing because the black vote actually can determine the presidency.
And that
Would
is
you agree?
exactly. See, we're different on a lot of things, but we're also very similar in our thoughts on certain things. I totally agree with you on that. I think that's how Barack Obama was elected.
Of
He was elected
course.
on feelings. I personally can't really say a lot that Barack Obama did for the black population. I could say a lot he did for the gays, the lesbians, homosexuals, and all of those people, but I can't really say a whole bunch that he did for the black population. And this is coming from a blue dog Democrat.
Mm. So let's get some other people in here. So Anissa, what are your thoughts so far on what you've been hearing between KB, Take Heed, Angry Man so far? What are your thoughts? Take your time. Take your time.
um, I mean, I agree with some of the things that are being said. I disagree with some other things. I think that a lot of time we speak from our perspective, and we might speak from our perspective based on the women that we saw growing up, or who our mothers were, or the women that we're surrounded with, and it makes you extrapolate that that's how all women are, which I think is incorrect. Um, I think that we want to talk about Kamala's record, but I got 2 pages of Trump's record, and the things that he has done that, to me, disqualifies him as a president. We have to remember Trump was just a businessman. He had not served in any capacity. He didn't even serve in the military, faking bone spurs or whatever, so that he could get out of it. He was a wealthy businessman. He had not served in any Senate, Congressperson, any of those things. So, again, like Bossman had said, if you're looking at credentials and you're looking at service and you're looking at education and you're looking up comparing that, um, apples to apples, I don't see how anyone could say that she is not qualified for the job. Now, you might not agree with her policies. You might not. I didn't agree. I don't think anybody agrees with everybody's policies. There are certain things that the Republicans do that I agree with. There are certain things that the Democrats do that I agree with. I think it comes down to who do you want to be representative of you as your president, because none of them get it right. This politics is a dirty, nasty game. Okay, on both sides, everybody is jockeying for position. Both sides would do whatever needs to be done to accomplish their goal, and it probably is not going to be in your best interest all the time. And I keep hearing people say, well, what did they do for black people? What did they do for black people? What did they do for black people? I'm just curious as to what do you want them to do for black people, specifically?
Now, Anissa, before we move up, for anybody jumps in, I,
Okay.
I want to play this as a response to what you just said. Listen to this.
Okay.
The streets of America. We got black folks out here. We've been struggling for a long time, but somehow, some way, you come up with $53 million for prepaid credit cards for illegal immigrants.
Does that make sense? Because if black people are demanding and black people are in need, and then you say there's no money, right? And then you find
Mhm.
$53 million in prepaid credit cards and you give them to illegal immigrants, how should black people feel on this?
Oh, I definitely don't agree with that. That's definitely a problem. But my point is specifically, um, what is it that, first of all, what is it that you want a Trump or a Kamala to do for the black community? Because I think a lot of the problems that we have in our community have nothing to do about who the president is. So what is it that you want for
We don't
what is it that we're looking for from these candidates to do for the Black community? That's
we,
specifically what I want to know.
we don't have to speculate on what Trump would do for the Black community. We can talk about what he did.
What did he do? What did he do?
What did he do?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
asking,
Or-
what did
or-
he do? Specifically, what did he do? Because economically, we're still at the bottom. So, what did he do
Okay,
specifically for the Black community?
number one. What he did economically, he had the country running extremely well until Joe Biden got in office first day and used executive orders to undo everything he was
My
doing.
question was specifically, what did he do for the Black community? You keep saying Kamala hasn't done.
I need you to calm
Nobody
down.
has done
I need
anything
you, I need you to
specifically
calm
for the
down.
Black community.
I know you think you got me in a gotcha moment right now.
No, no.
But
I'm just asking a
I need
specific
you to
question.
calm down. I need you to calm down. I'm
Okay,
gonna give you
calm.
specifics.
I'm actually very calm.
I'm
And
gonna
listen,
give
let
you
him finish.
specifics.
Let him finish.
Okay, number one. Do you know what the First Step Act is?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You know what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain what it is for those that don't know?
Okay, the First Step Act is prison reform, which was brought to Donald Trump by Tim Scott from, I think, South Carolina.
Yeah. So
It actually is a initiative to try to undo some of the damage that was done by the 94 crime bill, which was drafted by Joe Biden, right? So through the STEP Act, thousands of non-violent offenders were released from prison early, 90% of which were Black. That's number one. You literally had individuals on different shows talking about, yeah, I had a homeboy that was locked up because of the 3-strike rule and a bunch of other stuff. And I got a call from him, said he's coming home. He said, what do you mean you coming home? You still got 20 years to serve because of Donald Trump, right? So that's one thing he did for Black people. Another thing he did when Barack Obama was in office, he increased the funding to colleges, to universities or whatever, right? However, what people don't know is that when he did this, he did it in a way where it took the specific funding that was going to the HBCUs. That money was not allocated specifically to them. He wanted it to be fair, so he had the money allocated equally across all of the colleges across the United States, and he did increase the funding, which, you know, makes for great headlines. The only problem is the HBCUs were getting the short end of the stick. When Donald Trump was in office, they were coming to the White House because they have to go there every year to reapply for funding, right? So Donald Trump had asked one of them why they kept coming, why they have to come every year or whatever. They explained it to him, so he changed it. He changed it so that the HBCUs only have to apply every 10 years, and he increased the amount of money that they get. Donald Trump also brought about opportunity zones, which there were numerous Black content creators here on YouTube that was actually explaining to people what opportunity zones are, how they can actually benefit from that, which is basically, if you get into that particular program, you can purchase property. And once you've purchased that property and you get ready to make a profit off of that property, you don't have to pay capital gains tax on it if you reinvest that money back into the property. Now, these opportunity zones were in a lot of these places were Black neighborhoods. This was an opportunity for Black people to actually, instead of having to deal with gentrification, actually purchase back their communities. Some people took advantage of it, some people didn't. Okay, not to mention the unemployment rate for Black people was lower under Donald Trump. There are numerous things that he did that benefited Black people directly, not to mention the fact that when it was time for re-election, he had already drafted the Platinum Plan. The Platinum Plan had tangibles and specifics that he had already pledged that he would put 500, I think 500 million or something like that in funding into the Black community. This is around the time Ice Cube came out with his contract with Black America, right? Which Joe Biden said they wouldn't even have a conversation with him until they were elected. Donald Trump actually sat down with him before the election, okay? There are tangibles that Donald Trump was willing to do for Black people. There were things he did for Black people, not to mention the countless Black people that he actually pardoned. So he did a lot for Black people. He did more than most of the presidents that came before him. Definitely did more than Barack did.
Now, Angry Man, before we move forward, because I'm just gonna play these clips in between things y'all making points about. Even the media is changing their tone from 2019 up until now. And I think they're doing it just to support Kamala because they don't want Trump to win. And this is one of the news reporters. I have him here. What he said in 2019 about her, and then what he came back and said this year. Watch this.
That she started on truancy, which is what a lot of people have been hitting my Twitter feed about, how, you know, that program, from their criticism is it separated Black children from their families. She talks about the fact that, you know, yeah, there were a lot of tough decisions that were made, but I stand by them. She's going to have to talk about that more fully. Kamala Harris never sent parents to jail for their kids' truancy.
You see what I mean? See how that changed?
There's a lot of that.
The media, see how the media is changing that? Let me get the super chats out the way real quick. Distinguished professor, thank you for the $10 super chat. He said Obama didn't even want to endorse Kamala. He thought the Dems should have a legitimate process where delegates selected the nominee. He is a Marxist and wants the U.S. to be a socialist nation. All right, thank you for that $10 super chat. We have KP from KC5 499. He said, Americans are socialized to be Marxists, communists today, all the way down from college. Black folks today are begging for communism. Thank you for that. We got another one from distinguished professor, $5. He said Herbert Hoover, World War I, FDR, World War II, Warren Harding, all rich men who didn't serve in the military and were president. All right, thank you guys for those super chats. I appreciate it.
Oh, that's the other thing. Donald Trump is the first president in recent history to not have us engaged in any wars around the world. So you didn't have to worry about our Black boys going off to fight some war over oil or something else ridiculous.
Yeah, because I heard the 4-star general telling the story. He said Donald Trump he went to Afghanistan, sat down with the Taliban leader. He told him, listen, if you, I'm coming over here. If anything happens, I'm gonna kill you if you don't stop. We're gonna kill you.
He said,
and if the translator told the guy, the translator like, I don't want to tell him that. He said, tell him. He told him. The guy was like, why would you want to kill us? He said, if you touch a hair on a United States soldier, I will kill you. And he went in his pocket and gave him a picture.
Picture of his house.
The picture was of his house where him and his family live. He said, what are you going to do with this? He said, whatever you decide with your decisions is what I'm going to do about your house and your family. And for 18 months, there was no soldier shot or killed in Afghanistan.
Yep. I mean, with Donald,
Alicia first, but then embrace. I'm sorry.
My bad. With Donald Trump.
Go ahead, Angel. You want to finish up and then Alicia go?
Yeah, I was just going to add, with Donald Trump, I get it. He's a jerk. People don't like the way he speak.
Right.
People don't like his attitude or whatever. But that is not something that is going to disqualify him from being a good leader. Him not being in politics does not necessarily make him not a good leader. Like, one of the things that Donald Trump has in favor of him that I support 100% is the leaders of these other countries, these countries that are just waiting to be the superpower of the day. They don't play with him. And that's one of the things we need more than anything in this day and age.
Something about something to think about. El Nix, $2 said black business owners also thrive. All right, go ahead, Alicia, then we'll go to Embrace the Grace.
For those of you who are against Kamala, are there any policies that she can create, or is there anything that she can do to get you to vote for her? Anything at all?
That's a
No.
great question. Anissa, earlier you said you had a list of about 3 or 4 things that you said Trump shouldn't be president about. Is that correct? What was that list about?
Well, we were saying, about Kamala and the things that she had done
No,
as what district attorney and attorney general. But Trump also has a pattern of activities
no, no,
going
no, no,
back
no.
to
The reason
to
why I was asking, you said there was a
1973.
list. You said there was a list that you had of reasons why Trump shouldn't be president. Is that correct?
I do.
Okay, great. Ben Franklin had this thing where he used to do, whenever he had to come up with a decision, he would always have one piece of paper and he
Hmm.
drew right down the middle, and he had the pros of one thing and the cons of the other. Okay.
Right.
You already have your Trump list already set up, right?
Hmm.
Could you get us a list of things why people should vote for Kamala on that list? And then we'll go down the line and find out exactly, and just be fair about it and say, go line for line, why somebody should vote for her, why somebody should not vote for Trump. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So sell us, the people in the audience, why they should vote for Kamala Harris for president.
You want me to do that now, or you want me to do that later?
Yes, now. Because think about it, they have to vote. And I want you to be able to sway them and say, hey, look, this is my candidate, and this is why you should vote for her. And don't mention nothing about Trump, because what's going to happen is, say, for instance, she does win, okay?
Hmm.
Her opponent is no longer Trump. Her opponent is now the rest of the world. So now what we have to do is we have to talk about what she's going to do for the country and how she's going to cooperate with the rest of the countries around the world. So could you sell to the people who are watching right now the reason why she should be president of the free world?
Well, I think that was why I specifically asked the question about what was it that exactly that you all want from the president, whether it's Trump or Kamala, for Black people. And like Alicia said, is what is it, like she said, what can Kamala do to get your vote or to get your attention, or what can she offer you? Because it seems like, for me, and I think I said this the last time, it seems like the pretty much the only reason that I'm hearing Black men say that they want to vote for Trump is because of money, because of the economy.
No, no.
So that's why I was saying it. That's why I asked the question specifically. What is it that specifically Black men? What is it that you want? What is it that you want that you feel like that you're not getting from either candidate?
No, no, I don't think I was clear about the question that I asked. I was asking you to sell everybody watching.
Okay, you're gonna have to come back to me because I want to be able to write my thoughts down and so that I'm clear. So can you
No, no,
go
no,
to
no,
someone
no,
else?
no. I was
Well,
just
you're gonna
asking.
have to go to someone else because I'm gonna defer until I can write
I
down my
can tell
thoughts
you
like I
what
wrote
Black
this
men
down
want.
because I want to be
Okay,
succinct in it.
go ahead,
Thank you.
angry man. No,
And embrace the
boss man,
grace.
did you have your finger?
Angry man, before you go, let embrace the grace go. Then we'll get you in here. Embrace the grace. What are your thoughts? And I want to say this. I mean, before y'all go, because it's been on me a little bit. So for years, people have been saying Donald Trump took out a full page ad on the Central Park Five and wanted them to have the death penalty. But then something told me, you know how you so smart. Sometimes you just hear a little voice in your head say, "Go read it." I went read it. It don't say nothing about the Central Park Five. He ain't never bring up the Central Park Five. It's not even in there. Matter of fact, I'm looking at it right now. One of the lines says, many New York families, this is Donald Trump now, many New York families, white, Black, Hispanic, and Asian, have to give up a pleasure of leisure scrolling through the beautiful park at dusk because of people who want to victimize them. That's it right here. It never talks about, he said, bring back the death penalty for those who hurt people and do stuff to people in New York. They need to bring the death penalty back for people who try to murder people or great women or things of that nature. It never brought up the Central Park Five. I'm not taking up for nobody. I'm just saying for years we've been told that That's been
It's
pushed down our throat for years.
I'll
it's
take up for
definitely
it.
true. It's
I'll
definitely true,
I'll
BMU.
take
It's
up.
out there. You just didn't find it.
I'll
It's
No,
out
take.
no, I have
He's
the actual
reading it.
newspaper clip right here. I
He
have it
Okay,
read
right
it.
I have the facts right here that he did. He paid for a billboard that was $85,000 for a billboard
Okay,
for the
but here's
execution of
here's
those
the
five
problem.
black
But
boys who
here's
were
the
100%
here's the
innocent.
problem. But
He
here's the problem.
absolutely did it.
I have the
Okay, but
newspaper
here's the
right here.
problem. Here's the problem. Would he have been wrong if they wasn't innocent?
The fact is that they were.
No, 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 no,
They
no,
were
no, 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 no.
100%
That's not what I asked.
innocent, and he
That's
asked for
not what
their
I asked. That's
execution.
not what
He
I asked.
promoted
That's
for it,
not what I
and when they
asked.
were
That's not
exonerated,
what I asked.
he
That's
didn't
not
even
what I
have the
asked.
decency to
That's
say
not what
that he
I
was
asked.
wrong and
That's not what I
apologize after
asked.
those boys
That's not what I
had
asked.
served
or
justice.
by
That
a
is not.
All right,
That is
y'all.
not
by
what. Okay.
One mic.
Hey, one
Okay.
mic,
So
guys. One mic.
One mic, y'all. One mic.
One
One mic.
first
I
of
ain't
all,
mean to step
crank
on that. Right. Right.
down the Trump derangement syndrome.
I don't
Because the
have a derangement
reality is,
syndrome. I answered your question.
the reality is, he was a private citizen with no power to do anything. The
I
people
didn't
that
say he had the
prosecuted,
power. All of this
hold
goes
on,
to his
hold on,
character.
hold on. See, this is what y'all do. This is what y'all do whenever we bring up Trump, because quite frankly, y'all are full of shit. Number one, he was a private citizen. He did not have the ability to determine what would happen to them boys, bad or good. That's
Right.
number one. Number two, the people that prosecuted them boys, locked them boys up, and did not want to release them boys were Democrats.
Oh, that's true. And
Get
that was my
those
next thing I
shit
was going to
straight.
say.
It was Democrats that didn't want to release those boys.
That's the next thing I was going to say. But I'm go ahead. You on it.
I step in here. And sister, you see that men can become way more emotional than women.
Very much so.
And that's not a knock against me. I'm a human.
Okay, here's our example. Now, I'm not going to disrespect you.
To have emotions. I'm a human being. I'm supposed to have emotions.
First towards you, I'm not going to do any of that foolery. Okay, I'm not going to do it. You could do
stop throwing shade then.
Do it. So this is what
throwing
I'm
shade
going
then.
to logical.
Stop throwing shade.
This is what I'm going to say, okay? And this is how I'm going to say it. Trump did that. We like to talk about what Kamala Harris did prior to becoming president, because she's not the president now. But we want to negate what Trump did prior to becoming the president.
Okay, the difference is Kamala was a prosecutor. She had the power to lock people up. Trump didn't.
And
if you broke the law, you should
to lock people up. Trump didn't.
And we
one mic, y'all.
Hold on. So one mic, Anger Man. We're gonna let her finish. Let her finish, because we're gonna the next segment. It's gonna get real quiet. But so I'm gonna bring up something about Kamala, and I know ain't nobody up here gonna be able to defend. But go ahead, KB, finish what you have to say, and then Anger Man, you can rebut, and then we'll get Embrace the Grace in here, and then I'll ask that question that's gonna bring the crickets out.
Gotcha. I'm going to level set by this. It's very important that we respect one another and that we understand that there are differences of opinions without insulting one another. Okay. And the common theme here was that women were emotional and women were hypersensitive. That's been shown not to be the truth from this subset of people here. The sample here shows that the man is the most emotional and the most illogical. And I'm going to say that and stand on it. With that being said, Donald Trump did buy it. That's a fact. Okay. If we're going to hold Kamala Harris to her character based on what she did prior to becoming the VP or the president, then we should also hold Donald Trump to that same standard of his character of what he did prior to becoming the president. We can't say, oh, he did that as a citizen. He did that as a multimillionaire. But what Kamala did speaks to her character. If character is what we're looking at, we have to look at character holistically for both people. And this is the same man that incited insurrection on our United States Capitol. That in and of itself is enough to say that he is immoral, unethical, and unworthy of holding that position ever again.
Now, Ms. Burks,
That's disingenuous.
Hold on
a second, Jenny.
Burks, do you know, Ms. Burks, that in the Constitution and in the history of this country, that the people of this country have a right to have an insurrection against a country who is not doing anything for them. Did you know that? I can pull that up. That's facts.
Okay, fine. If
So
that is
insurrection. Hold on. So the insurrection on January the 6th, or people are what did Martin Luther King say?
If
What did he
that's
say
your
about rioting?
standard for
It's the
okay
voice of the
behavior,
unheard.
if that's
Right?
your standard for okay behavior, where people were killed and hurt really badly, okay, if that's our standard, then surely her sending somebody to jail because they failed to send their child to school is not worse than those killings and that major hurt and pain that happened.
Well, hold on. Well, this
So
country has,
character to character, apples to apples on
Okay.
character.
Okay.
If that is going to be our standard, let's let it be our standard.
So we're not going to talk about the Boston Tea Party. We're not going to talk about Civil War. We're not going to talk about World War I, World War II. We're not going to talk about all the blood on their hands from that, right? We're not going to talk about
we're talking about Kamala versus Trump.
Let me get back.
If we're going to talk about all of that, we need to go back to the slave.
Can I rebut, please?
Yeah, go ahead and rebut because I need to get to embrace the grace.
Okay, so first of all, KB, don't give us a lecture about insulting people.
I will.
I'm not finished. Now you're being emotional. Now you're being emotional. See, here's the thing: just because you say something in a calm manner doesn't mean you're not being emotional.
Okay.
Because part of emotionality is when you can't allow people to talk and you want to talk over them. So you're being emotional too.
Oh, you've done that all night long?
I certainly have. The only difference between me and you is I'll own it. So can I please finish what I'm saying?
Everything that I said.
Can I please finish what I'm saying, ma'am?
I said
one mic. Anger Man has the floor.
So Ms. Burks, let Anger Man finish his point, and then we're gonna move on to something else. And then we finish your point, then we'll move on to something else. We'll move on to Embrace the Grace. Move on to something else. Go ahead.
Okay, number one, just because you say something in a calm, rational manner does not mean you're not being insulting, and it does not mean that you're not being emotional. It's cute when y'all try to do that. And it's also cute when black women have the nerve to tell black men or try to shame black men when they show any level of emotion. I'm not a slave, ma'am.
And I'm not.
I am allowed to emote. I am allowed to have passion in my words about what I say. Now, as far as inciting an insurrection, or as what's his face said on the news, inciting an erection, number one, Trump gave that full speech, which I covered live. In no point in that speech did he incite anybody to do anything. He told them to be peaceful. Those people chose to go into the Capitol. And I don't know how you have an insurrection without any guns. Do you really think for yourself, or do you just repeat what you hear on MSNBC and CNN?
For myself, Dr.
That was not an insurrection, ma'am. An insurrection requires weapons. It's not an insurrection.
Again, you have a right to your opinion. I have a right to mine. I don't like being cussed at. And yes, you are very emotional. And my point was, the young lady said that women.
And I don't like being talked down to.
Okay, well, stop talking down to others.
No, you're talking down to me.
You are truly an angry man.
I sure am.
Yeah, that's the name. We won't get Embrace the Grace in here. Embrace the Grace.
And then we got Jenny.
I'm also an intelligent man.
With a lot of estrogen.
No, with a lot of testosterone.
See, that's the
with a lot of testosterone.
Okay, it's my turn. It's my turn. I'm done. I'm done with y'all right now. I have 3 things to say. I do agree that the melanated community IQ is low in politics, but do we blame others, or do we take accountability for ourselves? Are we supposed to be handed everything? How many of us really read? How many of us really do the research? So to blame that we're not being taught, it's y'all bad. That's a crutch that we have to own. Second, Trump was the only man that had fucking cojones and walked into the UN and told every country, fuck y'all, we ain't doing nothing for y'all anymore until you pay us our money. And unless you pay us our money, we are going to put sanctions and tariffs on your countries. Do you think Camilla can do that? Do you think Camilla would be taken seriously by other countries? No. I'm sorry. I'm a woman and I've been in a lot of roles of leadership, business owner, top management. But to run a country and have other men take her seriously at the table is not going to happen, ladies. We're not ready right now. We're too much in a discombobulation for a woman to come in. What's she going to do when she has her period? Is she not going to work for 7 days? Because she's an emotional. And third of all, I gotta back up my man, Angry Man, because that's my family. First of all, you see his name. It's fucking Angry Man. So obviously he's gonna be angry. He's gonna be passionate, and that's who he is. So if you know anything about him, you would understand that that's who the fuck he is. So
Okay.
I digress, and
we got to respect who each other are. He's not the only person that can be angry.
Yeah, but you shamed him. You insulted, you guilted, made him the need to be right. And you're a woman. You need to know your place when.
You did it to me too. You did it to me as well.
See, that's the problem. Men don't know that. Women don't know their place.
But I don't recall. I don't recall saying.
People didn't know their place.
I don't recall saying that you couldn't be angry. What you did is you attempted to shame me for having emotions, and then you tried to emasculate me with that comment about estrogen.
That's the.
I haven't said
typical.
I haven't said it's very typical. It's very typical. And this is why Black men feel the way they feel. Because if Kamala Harris is identifying as a Black woman, the last thing a Black man wants as president is a Black woman, because y'all don't know how to interact with us.
And you don't know how to interact with us. Think about
whatever great value Kamala Harris.
The men are the leaders.
You cut towards me
Miss Ginny
5 times before I said anything.
Okay, so Miss Burks, we're gonna get Miss Ginny in here because she's been waiting.
You don't like that I don't agree with you.
Right, Miss Burks and Angry Man, I got Miss Ginny. Miss Ginny, go ahead, sweetheart.
I just think that it's very disingenuous to continue to perpetuate this myth that Trump incited an insurrection when that has just been debunked time and time again, especially when Trump has actual flaws. Like, if we want to put their personal lives up for debate, and Trump has plenty of personal flaws that, Kamala doesn't have. As far as I know, Kamala's not divorced, and Trump is divorced 3 times. People don't think about that as being an issue anymore, but that's not good. He's supposed to be leading the country. He can't even lead his own home. So that's a legitimate criticism of Trump. But this whole thing about the insurrection, that's just nonsense. He never said that anyone should storm into the White House. And then, like Angry Man said, they didn't have guns. They were escorted in by the Capitol Police. And so, I mean, this idea of an insurrection is nonsense. And then even if it were, which it wasn't, but even if it were, this is America. The country was built on an insurrection. And so it's very non-patriotic to say that, when the government has gone completely rogue, which it has, that the civilians shouldn't fight back. But yeah, so at the end of the day, there's no need to make up stuff about either person, because they have enough stuff that actually did happen and that they actually have done that we can criticize them on. So that's what I wanted to say.
With what's going on at the southern border, they're lucky the entire country hasn't started an insurrection. Like, there should literally be American citizens down there fighting to keep people out of this country.
It's coming, Angry Man. It's coming.
We gotta take heed. Go ahead.
I agree with you on that.
I want to say something to Grace. Baby, I'm so proud of you tonight. I don't know what's going on tonight, girl. I don't know what's going on. You hear me, girl?
Nah, can't nobody mess with my Angry Man. Everybody knows how I feel about him. And every time somebody get with him in the chat or whatever, no.
You know what? It's good to have a great support system.
Grace, you already know how much I love you, baby. But girl,
you should.
I was gonna have to go in, but
you should invite your people. Baby, go ahead. Come on, now put
I already did it. So I'm quiet now. You know, already did it, baby girl. I love you. I just want to tell you that. That's all.
Okay, so I want to say this. So to the people on the panel, by a show of hands, if you would say that you are a Christian. Okay. Now, and you guys And by show of hands, how many of you going to vote for Kamala on the panel that's a Christian? Mm-hmm. The reason that I brought that up is because how can we vote for a person if we're biblically sound? All right, Ms. Dr. Burks. If we're biblically sound, how can we vote for a woman whose main goals, her vice president that she's chosen, put tampons in boys' bathrooms? On the other hand, she is looking for same-sex marriage. Matter of fact, Michelle Obama had this to say.
Our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look, that doesn't make anybody's life better.
So children be loving anybody,
right? And so the gay agenda, the abortion agenda, all of those things. How, as a Christian person, how are we able to go pull the lever for Kamala Harris when we know that those are some of her main objectives?
Okay, so you have two candidates. In this situation, you have two candidates, and none of us follow all of the Christian principles. We know that. We all are with sin of some sort.
Come on now.
So you have two candidates, one that believes in homosexuality or whatever sexuality it is that you identify with, which is contrary to what the Bible says.
Yeah.
One that also believes in abortions, which is contrary to what the Bible says, or for a woman to have full control over the decisions that she makes with her body. If that's in vitro fertilization, if that's abortion, if that's adoption, but she has full control. Okay. Then you have Trump. One that has been accused of raping women.
Accused.
One grab them by the whatever. Okay.
Allegedly.
Okay. So now we have a sexual deviant, which is against the Bible as well. Sodom and Gomorrah type of craziness, right? One that has been
let her finish.
Okay. We have one that's been married however many times. Okay. Again. We have one that has not paid their taxes, which is a form of theft. Okay. So when you start looking at sin, you really have to walk a very fine line because we all are with it.
Dr. Burke, can you show me in the Bible where it says it's a sin not to pay your taxes?
I said that's a form of theft. He's stealing from the government.
Okay, so hold on. So what does the Bible? Hold on. What does the Bible say about the birth of children? Doesn't the Bible say in Scripture that I know them before they were conceived? I know the life that they have. I know what's going to happen for them, to them. Doesn't God have provision for what children are?
Yeah, I didn't disagree with that.
Okay, hold on. So we're voting for a woman. We're voting for a woman who all her supporters. Did you hear? This is the most cringeworthy thing I've ever seen in my life. They had a date at the DNC. They had an abortion van outside of the DNC. And then on the inside, when Michelle Obama and all these people were talking about deleting children, the uproar that the people, they were like, yeah. I mean, I've never seen women cheer so hard to kill children. I've never seen it in my life. So outside, you got people out here signing up to kill their babies.
So again,
how could you vote for this demon?
The same way that you could vote for your demon. Okay.
Trump could be a lot of things. Hold on.
They both have demonic ways. Let's not try to pretend like Kamala is the only person that has some things that's not in accordance with the Bible here. And if you're saying that, then let me know. Do you not?
No, I want to focus on the very two things that I just brought up. I want you to show me. I want you to show me, Dr. Burks, where, and I love this conversation now. It's wonderful. I want you to show me in the where Donald Trump has ever supported abortion and where he's ever
that I know of,
and or supported same-sex marriage.
He hasn't that I know of, but that's just two ends that you're talking about. What about the other men?
No. Okay, so Donald Trump is saying, grab him by the pussy. Kamala Harris is giving away the pussy. What's the difference?
So who has she given it away to?
Oh God.
She had an affair.
Willie Brown.
Who has she given it away to?
So hold on, can you tell? Hold on.
Brown.
So
Fact check.
Willie Brown, yes, Willie Brown and his wife. Are they still together now, or is she dead? Because I know he's alive. But Willie Brown, his wife is still alive. And for Kamala, like you said, morals and values. If we're looking at morals and values, I can't believe we ran on this off. Morals and values that she was in public with a known married man kissing him in the mouth.
Okay.
No matter if they were separated or not, the man's still married. There's no divorce papers.
I'm going somewhere with this. You got anybody else?
Okay. No, hold on. Absolutely. Come on now. They nobody even know who Kamala was when Montel Williams was him.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to walk down Trump's as well.
Absolutely. Well, we all know Trump was out there. Come on now. That's not
okay. So this is what I'm saying.
Right. So
hold
on. Let me make my point. I'm gonna land my plane. We can sit up here for Trump went through 4 or 5 years of he slept with a hoe. He slept with a prostitute. He said, grab him by the pussy. And the women were on him. You're nasty. You're a monster. You're nasty. You're a monster. Now, Kamala Harris sleeping with a married man. Even though they were separated, she's still sleeping with him. She was with this guy. She was that guy. She's smoking. She said she's smoking weed. But then got changed up a little bit when she got, in office and started putting black men in jail for the very goddamn thing she did. So my thing is, I'm trying to understand if Donald Trump had a whole bunch of coochie and then Kamala Harris said, hey, y'all can have my coochie. We're going to get high. What's the difference? I'm trying to understand the moral value here between the two.
I think that this would be a legitimate argument if we were talking about who would be the best Democratic candidate. But now we're talking about Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Okay?
Uh-huh.
These are the two candidates that we're talking about, right? And are you telling me that you believe that Kamala Harris is more morally tainted than Donald Trump? Is that your fundamental belief?
No, I think she's morally tainted and secretly morally tainted because ain't nobody coming out saying nothing. And that's why you ain't seen her daddy. Is he spoken? No. That's why you haven't seen
morally tainted. Every human being is secretly morally tainted. I think each and every one of us has something that we don't want somebody to know about.
But
you know what, KB? Just a second, Anger Man. You know what? I got something else for you because I like this guy. I really, really like him. He's a great actor. But Anger Man, this is for me, you, and Lost in Translation, and Boss Man. This is a message to black men from a black man who's supporting a woman. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna play the video. I've never seen so many black men running so hard, being so forceful for a woman to lead them. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this in my life. But here we go. Watch this.
Man, why should we fear the rise of a black woman? Any black man that has an issue with a black woman rising, then they have to look at their own inadequacy. What would make you so fearful of someone who was so beloved of you, who was so beloving to you, like your mother and your grandmother and your aunts and your sisters, that you cannot be proud and embolden yourself when you see someone from your community rise up? And I say to those black men who have an issue politically, you have every right to say, what have you done for me?
That's a lot of bunk.
Fluff.
Literally.
I want to make sure that we keep the conversation above board. Okay.
Yeah. You're right. Because
that's not a good display, man. You know what I'm saying?
It's even going over into the churches. The churches, our preachers are agreeing with abortion. They saying it's okay. Abortion. Watch this.
Fully aware of the overturning by the Supreme Court of Roe versus Wade. Again, I say my prayers are for the women of America.
But as a man that can't carry or give birth to children, I recognize that it is not my place to decide what a woman can and cannot do with her body.
To see how we're cheering our own demise. Slavery, when it ended, all of a sudden we had a population problem. I'm preaching. All of a sudden there were too many of us. There weren't too many of us when we were slaves. Couldn't make enough. Make the slave have sex with his own mother. Hence the word mother. You finish it. It was a wicked time. But God set us free. But Margaret came along, her and the eugenicist movement. We got too many people, 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 too many people. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, before she died, you know, she was sick. And I think that part of her brain stopped working that tells you not to say things you shouldn't say. She said before she died, with Roe, we went too far. In the passage of Roe, she said, I thought we wanted to get rid of those kinds of people that we didn't want to have too many of. Now, let's go back to 1970. In 1970, when Roe was passed, the major two populations in America was black and white. Ruth was not talking about getting rid of white folk.
Let's be clear. People who are for abortion cannot be for black people. There's just no way around that.
The funniest thing happened when they put the pill on the market. Black women wouldn't take it. Back then, black families, 12 kids, 13, 15. Your family was small if you didn't have but 8. And our enemies were trying to figure out a way, not only to kill us, but to stop us from reproducing. Black folk honored big families. Y'all not saying anything. And black women wouldn't take the pill. Margaret said, now we got to figure out a way to get Negroes, if you will, to participate. And she went to Harlem, New York. And she got some people to work with her. Now let me ask you this before I preach. How many women in here have on shoes that you can easily take off? All right. Well, before I tell you who she got to work with her, let me hide. She got black preachers. All right. Didn't nobody throw a shoe, I didn't want to go through that.
Now, like he's making this up, these are some of the black preachers who absolutely are for abortion.
This week, America turned back the hands of time and declared war on women in this nation.
Y'all do know America's going to hell, right? But my conviction is America can't go to hell with me and my family living here. I know that's
read his shirt, guys. Read the shirt. You're a preacher. It's that William, I like his music. I just don't look at the shirt. Women have rights too. He's supporting abortion. I just want you guys to see these clips I put together so you can understand we could try to understand why Christian people are voting for a woman whose main objective is to kill our children and to make our little boys girls and our little girls boys. Let me finish.
Not politically correct. I'm not supposed to say that. And some people will say, well, Bishop, you're a man of God. Are you pro-abortion? I am pro-human and civil rights.
They don't care who it hurts. As a matter of fact, they just maybe they want to be a part of what's happening. Now, there's a passage that applies to them. The Bible says, Amos says in 3:3, do two men walk together unless they have made an appointment? Or how can two? Some versions may say, how can two walk together unless they agree? They clearly agree with these people.
Got the preacher to convince the people it is in your best interest to have a smaller family. It is your best interest to stop multiplying. It is in your best interest. And went from there to you see preachers now in pulpits. You see political candidates. You hear people cheering and getting all excited as we talk about a woman's right to choose, a woman's right to health care, a woman's right to do what she wants with her own body. And what they're talking about is one thing.
And so women have rights too. I don't have a right to tell you that, and somebody said, well, some super religious person who got a bunch of sin in their life said, well, abstinence is the answer. Well, you didn't abstain. And what kills me is people out there protesting already had one.
But we also believe that mothers have the right to elect where it is that they are in the season and the stages of their life, and they should not be criminalized for making decisions that will best suit them for where it is that they are.
And what's bad about it? What's bad about it? You see it last week at the conventions? Did you hear how the people cheered and the roars that went up as they began to cheer the very procedure that is responsible for our race, as I stand before you, being not a race in decline, but a race that is dying?
What he's saying is absolutely true. 40% of all abortions in America are by black women. We represent about 11, 12, 13, 14% of the population, depending upon how it's measured. 40% of all abortions in America, about 70% in Georgia of all abortions. The abortion rate amongst blacks are 28.6%. That is 28.6 out of every 1,000 are abortion by blacks. What that equates to is about 33% of black pregnancies end in abortion. Think about that. 1/3 of all pregnancies in America by blacks end in abortion. What does that really mean in real numbers? About 800 black babies per day are being aborted. Now, that doesn't even include the pregnancies that are terminated by drugs or other means. So approximately 20 million black babies have been aborted of the 62 million total. Think about that. Of all the blacks that died being brought over during the Middle Passage, of all the blacks that may have died during slavery, of all the blacks that may have died during Reconstruction and Jim Crow, as a matter of fact, of all the people that died in every war that America has been involved in, the Civil War, the Revolutionary War, the Iraqi War, World War I, World War II combined, we have aborted more blacks than all of those combined. We are not declining. We are killing our own selves. 70% of Planned Parenthood locations are in predominantly black communities. So we are doing exactly what this woman, Ms. Sanger, wanted us to do. We are killing ourselves and doing it joyfully, doing it gleefully. Think about it. 800 babies per day are being aborted. 1/3 of all pregnancies, black pregnancies, in an abortion. Yes, we're dying. And that's to speak of nothing about when they do come, 70+% are born in a household where the father is not there, which is going to also increase or help to replicate this cycle.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
So,
how could you vote for a woman that supports that, bro? I'll go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So I was brought up in the Christian church, right? And just like so many other black men that have left the church, the reason why we've left the church, many of us, is because the majority of the churches here in America are literally the synagogue of Satan. It's not even up for debate. It's not even up for debate. I've talked about this numerous times on my channel. Hell, it's almost a reoccurring thing on my channel where I talk about the fact that at one point, black women were getting rid of their children to the tune of 360 thousand per year, which adds up to the number the brother put up there. Ever since Roe v. Wade, we have consistently been at the same percentage, around 12, 13% of the population, right? So whenever we look at ourselves as a voting bloc, whenever we look at our representation, because ironically, our representation in government is around 12, 13%. Margaret Sanger said that black people were weeds that needed to be snuffed out.
Yep, she sure did.
Now, what most people don't know is that before Dr. Martin Luther King passed away, he said he felt like he led his people into a burning building. No part of the reason why he said that? Guess who's the first person to receive the Margaret Sanger Award?
Hillary Clinton.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh no, I know you lying.
Well, look it up. Well, look it up.
I learned something today. I know you lying. That didn't fuck my head up real quick.
They have been doing this foolishness for a very long time. They've been doing this foolishness for a very long time. And here's something else that most people might not know. There's a demon by the name of Molech. And this demon has a history of people sacrificing children to it. So I hate to connect these dots, right? But our women, whether knowingly or unknowingly, have been sacrificing our children to a demon, basically. So for them to actually roll that Planned Parenthood unit up to the freaking DNC told me everything I needed to know. Like what the brother said is 100% true. You cannot be for Black people and for that as well. You can't, because the entire purpose of its creation was to get rid of Black people, was to get rid of us, was to eliminate us. The only reason it hasn't is because some people were actually raised properly and they don't do that foolishness. But it's to the point now where, and you know, and the crazy thing is they love to get up there with the rhetoric and say it's about reproductive rights. If you go look at their balance sheet, the vast majority of their services ain't got nothing to do with reproductive health. The vast majority of their services is child deletion. So they keep trying to hide behind that. And it's ridiculous. And I'll close with saying this. I don't know what's going on with the women in this thing where they I should have the right to delete my child. Like I don't get into the debate that everybody has in the world, because if you're a Christian, you know, you can either be of God or you can be of the world. The world's argument don't got nothing to do with God. Whereas God is concerned, the moment you become pregnant, that's life. That is a life. Plain and simple. And anybody to debate that, if a guy goes out here and a woman is pregnant and he deletes that woman, he's going to get charged twice. He's going to get charged twice. They're not going to sit there and debate whether or not the child was a fetus or accumulation of cells or any of that. They're not going to do that, right? But the last thing I'll say is this, and y'all can disagree with it, whatever. It's not my words, it's in the Bible. The Bible says hell is filled with women. And now I know why.
Why?
Because of what I just said. Because of what I just said. You can't. Do you realize that? Look, I'm not gonna say no names because we on a live. But I know some women that have at least 10.
Damn. Abortion?
That's disgusting.
Yes.
Oh, they they got the Grand Canyon. They cleaned all the way out.
Yes.
Yes. Not to mention the fact, any doctor will tell you that's not good for that is not good for your health as a woman.
Dr. Burks, do you know who Jackie Rosen is?
No.
She's a Democratic senator. She put up she played for, we're talking about billboards. She paid for a billboard that says, and I quote, I have it right here. I'm looking at it right here. It says, abortion is self-care. Let me zoom in so I can read the whole thing. It says abortion is self-care, take care of self, and it gives a website if you want an abortion.
Okay.
But these are the same people that say one nation under God. God is everything. God is on the dollar bill. God is in the Pledge of Allegiance. God is in everything, right? God in country. but we're supporting people who want to kill babies. Let me ask you a question. I know this ain't sexy. If a man has a child with a woman and the child's 3 months old and he decides, you know what? I'm tired of taking care of this little bastard.
God almighty, no.
And he go in there with a 357 and shoot him.
Oh my God.
What do you call him?
What's the difference?
What do you call him? What is he? I'm talking to you, Dr. Burks.
He's the same murderer as the person that had the abortion. You keep acting like I'm in
So how do
opposition.
you? No, I'm asking. Well, I was about to ask you that because I don't want to assume anything. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about it?
I told you off the top. I agree that that is sin, but I also agree that there are other sins. I don't think that we should just pick out two sins and focus on them. There are other sins as well. Just like the man that raped the woman, that now the woman wants the abortion because the baby is a byproduct of.
Now, Dr. Burks, you know what that sounds like to me?
Wait, let me land. So when you say that you wanted Kamala Harris to let that guy go free, though, you want to come down for prosecuting the rapist.
Who said that?
Okay.
Nobody.
Not anybody in specific, but people want
Hey, Doc, fix your words. Fix your words. We're gonna get a flag. Please.
Oh yeah, you gotta say great, or yeah, it's her first time being on, so she don't know. But
okay.
you gotta take the
So I got you. So some of the rhetoric is that Kamala Harris sent people to prison for crimes and that she was too tough on crime. Okay. Some of that crime included rapes. Okay. Now, if we're gonna say that she's the fun of the devil himself for not being totally against women's rights, reproductive rights, but we don't want her to be for prosecuting people that may have impregnated somebody as a result of a crime. It just doesn't balance out for me.
So Dr. Burks, let me ask a question. You know what I mean? Not a question, a statement. You know what that sounds like to me?
What's that?
When George Floyd died and they said Black Lives Matter, and then the white people said all lives matter. I'm telling you, abortion is murder. You telling me, yeah, but it's other sins too.
No, I agree. It is. And I also agree that there are other sins as well. I don't think just focus on two. I think that is a problem that we have a lot. I think it's a problem in the Black church. I think that we have Black church pastors that focus on homosexuality while they have all the mothers in the church, the congregants, and everything else. They don't focus on whoremongering, but they will focus on homosexuality.
Well, abortion and homosexuality are the two things that they're going to drop. That's going to drop our population to nothing. Because if men are having sex with men, the man can't get pregnant. A woman having sex with a woman, she can't get pregnant. You can't even conceive children. And then if you go to chopping your penis off, you can't have children. And then if you go have abortion, 20 million so far, you can't have children. So that means that we're getting rid of, like he said in the video, we're actually nobody's killing us. We're killing ourselves.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think that Black women are having abortions at such a disproportionate rate as opposed to other races? Do you think it's finances at all?
Because they have been.
Right. Go ahead. Because let me say this, and then I'm gonna let you stir the gumbo. I think it's because Black women have not all, but Black women don't have, the majority of them don't have no sexual self-control. It's 33 contraceptives. They don't take contraceptives. They don't practice safe sex. They don't do any of that. They see a man they like, they'll open them legs up. They don't care if he'll have some on the penis or not.
But the reason.
Before you get to that point, there was a sin that was committed back there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is one sin covering another. But we're not talking about the fact that we have a lot of Black women that's fornicating, committing adultery, or whatever it took for them to get to a point of having a baby that they say they don't want.
Okay, but before
we talk about them hoes every day.
Before you get to that part, you said, why are Black women disproportionately having child deletions than any other group? It is because it has been promoted and socially engineered in our community for Black women to think that is a proper form of birth control.
Exactly.
That's what the problem is. The reason why they're not using the other contraceptives is because they believe that that is a contraceptive.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the problem is. In addition to this promiscuity that is taught in our communities, where people think that they can just have sex willy-nilly without any protection. It's part of the reason why the herpes rate, the STI rate is so high amongst Black women as well, because we'll say to the men, we'll get on the men about quote unquote dick discipline, and we'll get on the men about wearing condoms, and we'll chastise the men when they create children that they don't take care of or things of that nature. But when it comes to women, because of the her body, her choice rhetoric, we don't want to speak to them about how they're interacting and how they're behaving sexually, because it's viewed as, oh, you're a man that's trying to tell women what to do with their bodies, and it's ridiculous, man. We got to bring back shame.
Let me ask you this, angry man.
We got you, boss. I see you.
Do you, let's see how to phrase this. So, do you think that there's anything at all wrong with a man spilling his seed? Do you agree that men should wear condoms? Do you agree that there should be a reason for a man to wear a condom if the sex should be happening between married people?
Can I ask you a question, KB? Just real quick, Angry Man, before you jump on the trampoline. Let me ask a question. When it comes to KB, I know you're very successful, so I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to come to where you live, and I'm going to ask you for your debit card. Will you give me your debit card?
All depends on who you are.
Okay. So say, for instance, I take the debit card off your table at your house. When I go to the store and I say, oh, I like those Nikes. I like those Nikes. Give me 4 pair of those. And I swipe the card. What am I missing? Why can't I complete the purchase if I took your card?
If it's debit, because you don't have a PIN.
So I don't have access to what you hold valuable.
Right.
Without your PIN number.
Yeah, unless you take it. Go ahead.
It's the same thing about sex. A woman has value on her card. But so many women say, you know what, baby, you can have my PIN number. Here. And they give the PIN number, and the man goes in and robs the bank. And then when she gets pregnant, it's the man's fault, but she gave him the key to get in the bank to rob the bank. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not understanding why you say it's the man's fault.
No, I didn't say the man's fault. I say it's her. I say they say, the woman will say, it's his fault. He got me pregnant.
Well, that's just silliness. I mean, if it wasn't rape, if it was 2 people having consensual sex, it's their fault. Or their expectation.
Okay.
The purpose of sex is for procreation.
Exactly.
Right? And if you're at an age where you still can't procreate, then the assumption should be that you may just get pregnant.
Okay, hold that thought. I'm gonna get these super chats out the way because we got a few came in. Something to think about. Nick said the Black vote is diminishing from the Dems, but will be replaced by the influx of immigrants along the opportunities we have to actually work for. Now, we did a show, I think Lost in Translation, you was here when we did the show, when they're allowing illegal immigrants to become police officers.
I saw that. And serve in the military.
Angry Man, I'll send it to you. So thank you for that $5 super chat. The distinguished professor, $5 super chat. People who speak about morals and the Bible forget about the morals of David, which is the line Jesus came from. All right, thank you so much, Professor. He said Black men and Black women are 2 separate. This is Bob, $4.99. Thank you, sir. Are 2 separate voting blocks. Why? Because in practice, we are 2 separate races with 2 different desires. All right. We got HQ in the building tonight. The dating pool roast reactions, $1.99. That is wild. You think that criminal has respect? All right, Bob, another $4.99. This sheer weight of the Bible is riddled with very imperfect men who did unbelievable things that were good. The dating pool roast reactions again, $1.09. Name 3 policies of Trump that help black men. All right. Say see 7 $4.99. 24 million black babies went to the chop shop since V Wade. Do black women love the black race? Ooh, because old boy did say in the video, black women have deleted more babies than every war that the United States has ever had combined. We beating them. The black women are beating them in abortion. That's crazy. Bob $9.99 super chat. Does Dr. Burke believe in court-ordered paternity testing? If so, isn't the government telling men that they should do with their what they should do with their bodies? That's a good question. The dating pool roast
Yeah, we'll come back to that one.
Yeah, dating pool roast reactions $4.99. Look at the rabbit holes they go down to support their degenerate zaddy. KP from KC5 $1.99. Roe versus Wade passed on a lie anyway. Yes, because the lady that was in the Roe v. Wade, I don't know if y'all watched the documentary on Hulu. You need to watch it. The lady said she never had an abortion. She was used to make other women have abortions to make it seem like shit. She said the story she told, she never had an abortion. She said her mom raised her children. They're all alive and well to this day. Let's see. The dating pool roast reactions $4.99. Overturning Roe v. Wade made white women mad. This and Trump's idiocy ensured the election of President Kamala. All right. Why do you? You should go again. HQ, what's up? Thank you for the super chats, though. Another $5. She said, "Why do you think your thoughts on abortion are more important and should hold more weight than mine? Our want for this country should be equal." All right, that's all we have. Thank you. So I'm gonna take a quick break right here, because everybody take a breather. I'm gonna play this right here because we had a lot of super chat. So I'm gonna play a little something for y'all. I only think it's right for the bishop. Do y'all prefer the bishop? Do you want the bishop take heed?
I want your boy on what's his name with the music, man. Play the music, man.
You want J Moss?
Yeah, play J Moss, man.
All right, here we go.
Whatever you want, whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Oh, whatever you need, then nothing I won't do. Whatever you want, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, there's nothing I won't do. Whatever you want, my heart belongs to you.
Boy, man, J Moss, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the super chats tonight, guys. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe button wherever you're watching. You could be watching through Take Heed. You could be watching through Embrace the Grace. You could be watching through Lost in Translation. Wherever you're watching, we appreciate you being here tonight and having this conversation with us. KB Burks, Uncle Jeff is in the chat, and he is saying he would love to square up verbally with you in a debate about what you just said about the abortion and the abortion conversation. So, Uncle Jeff, what's up? But back to what we were saying. Who was talking? Kate, was it KB?
Never got a chance to answer.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Anger Man. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Boss Man didn't get a chance to say something.
Yeah, Boss Man needed to get in.
Boss Man, then Anger Man. Go ahead, Boss Man.
No, I just wanted to say to Anger Man's point earlier, as for the reason why women oftentimes are choosing the abortion option as opposed to the contraceptive options, typically is because they have this false notion, also in support of what he said. They have this false notion that it's somehow a healthier option. They seem to be afraid of taking the contraceptives, not the contraceptives, but the abortifacient. But prior to that, the contraceptive options, the 33 that are available for whatever reason, there seem to be some sort of fear mongering or scare tactic or something of that nature of the, I guess, health defects or bodily issues or harm that those methods or options could do, as if the abortion issue or the, I guess, bodily harm that it can do is somehow better than the risk that the other options can do. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but I'm actually experiencing dealing with that fear now, actually, in my own life. So yeah.
All right, Anger Man, you had a point you wanted to make, sir?
Yeah, I wanted to answer her question, but BMU he kind of put it the way I would have put it. But the thing I want to ask Dr. Burke is Dr.
Burks.
Burks, excuse me. I think that men should be responsible because it's going to put them in a really messed up situation. But I also think it's irrelevant. And the reason why I think it's irrelevant is because let me ask you this question. If women chose to abstain from sex until they secure marriage, would any of this be an issue?
So that was my question to you, right? When I said, let's go back to what the root of it is. And the root is that there was a sin that was committed to even get the person to the point of wanting to have an abortion unless it was a medical abortion, right? So I think that's where we have to start at. If we're going to talk about the sin of the abortion, we have to talk about what got us here. And so if we could eliminate the sin of the fornication, if we could eliminate the sin of the adultery, then I don't think that the sin of the abortion would be there.
But see, that's where the problem comes in at with Planned Parenthood. If you promote traditionalism, that puts them out of business. So you have to promote promiscuity. You have to promote free love. You have to promote doing what you feel like doing as opposed to your duty as a human being in a culture to make sure that you're in the confines of a marriage and a structured union before you decide to have children. So if we continue to live in this sort of progressive age where we want to play fast and loose with the roles of men and women and the social contract that we just seem to ignore, it's never going to change. It's going to continue to be more of the same, if not worse.
And I agree with that. And I think that is where the core problem is when you start to look at, when you start to compare religion to the social norms that have been established of today. They don't align with biblical principle. They just don't. And they haven't in a while. I say this often, and people don't always understand or expect me to say this. I think women's lib was one of the worst things that happened. I personally believe that. Because I do support women, because I have achieved things professionally and academically as a woman, people don't expect me to say that. But I just think that it was a whole bad ordeal to tell a woman or to promote a woman to be a woman in its truest sense of the word, according to biblical principle, and do all of these other things as well. And at the end of the day, we got the short end of the stick and we adjusted accordingly. And so now we have families that suffer. We have less work on the things like sex and all of that, our bodies that contribute to being mothers and contribute to being good wives and contribute to being what women are supposed to be, because it's so diluted now as a result of women's lib.
Yeah.
I'm
And
a byproduct of that. So, I mean, I did every sport imaginable that they allowed a woman to do and tried to do the boy sports too. Then I went to college on a scholarship. Then I said, no, I want to be an engineer. I don't want to be a nurse. I don't want to be the traditional women roles, right? Then now I want to be a pilot, right?
yeah.
Because that access was afforded to me. And in the process, I lost a lot of my femininity.
Yeah, but see, that's a slippery slope. That's why whenever, guys like me speak against certain things, it sounds like we're being chauvinistic or being, misogynistic, but really a lot of us understand that it's a slippery slope because it can lead you down a path that you might have thought was what you wanted, but then it ends up making you unhappy or whatever. But I agree. But I just want to say real quick, how you pronounce her name? Anissa? Is that how you pronounce it? I just wanted to say briefly that Anissa has the type of house that when I was a kid, I probably wouldn't have been able to touch nothing in there. I just wanted to point that out.
Get
So
out of my
plastic
white room.
everywhere.
Yeah, you got a room full of white in it. Get out of there.
Plastic
Don't touch
everywhere.
nothing.
With them runners on the floor, they go zip, zip,
Yeah,
zip
with the
when you walk
runners.
across them. Miss Burks,
Be careful where you walk, because I ain't got no insurance for you.
Right.
Don't
Miss
touch
Burks,
my
I'm going to give you the same
Go ahead.
opportunity that we gave Anissa a minute ago. Sell the people on why Kamala Harris should be president. And you can't mention Trump at all.
Ooh, I want to hear this.
I can't mention him in name.
You can't mention a period.
Period.
Remember, you've already beat Trump.
Gotcha.
So what's going to happen going forward? You're dealing with Putin and all the rest of these people.
So this
Wow.
election.
So the reason why I ask you what's going to happen after Trump is because we need to know what you're going to do going forward. Because what happened the last time y'all beat Trump? You know what I'm saying? Because the last time the reckoning was, hey, let us beat Trump. Y'all beat Trump and then nothing happened. So I'm asking you this time, without mentioning Trump, because you've already beat him, what's going to happen next? Why should we already had Joe Biden as president? How is Kamala Harris going to be different? Sell the people on why she should be president without mentioning Trump.
I think Kamala Harris should be our next president so that she could continue the 4 years that her administration had started. Historically, we give an administration at least 8 years to get through any of the planning that was started in the first 4 years. In addition to that, I think that she's highly qualified for the job. As a person that has served in the United States Senate, has served as the Vice President of the United States of America, has served on the state government as a district attorney, as attorney general, and in local government as an attorney, as a district attorney, I think that she is fully equipped to lead our country to the next step. I think that she has the legal expertise to make sure that the company is functioning from a policy creation and law creation point of view with our congressional delegation to do the things that we need to move forward. In addition to that, I do think that the time is right for a female leader of our country. We have experienced change recently, monumental change with the first Black person to become president in Barack Obama. I know that there are doubts about whether or not a woman can lead this country, but when
Look at
God. Time based on
Okay.
excuse me.
No, you good.
Did y'all say no? I'll say no.
No, you froze up there for a second. I'm sorry. Apologies.
You froze up. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, what was the last thing you guys heard?
I don't know. It's something about being a woman. Putting some woman on it or something. I think that's what you said.
Oh,
got you. I said I know that there's a lot of doubt about a woman leading the free nation, right? America, we are a powerhouse nation, and so there will be doubt about a woman leading the nation. There were doubts about a Black man leading the nation. We managed to do that, and we managed to do it relatively well. There weren't any major hiccups during the Barack Obama era. Now, I think we should lay down our reservations about whether or not a woman can do it. Women have been first in many things, and I think that the time is right for there to be a first woman president as well. Some of the characteristics of a woman that some people will make her not be a good candidate for president are some of the things that I think makes her a good candidate for president. I think that the nurturing side of a woman is well needed in some of these positions. I think that nurturers tend to offer more grace as it relates to certain things and in the decision-making process. I think that is a good leadership characteristic. In addition to that, I just think that her credentials, everything that she's done, the way that she has served her nation, the way that she has served her state, the way that she has served her local municipality, collectively has led her to a point of today where she can be our president.
Jesus, how did she not get any votes in 2020?
Man,
she is fascinating. Like,
come on.
Jesus Christ, this is the second coming.
That's the reason why I gave it a flow. Now I wanted to sell it. Take heed. Come on.
I wasn't promoting.
So how is it that she's such an amazing person when if she's so about family and so about, she's nurturing and everything like that, how is that she sent parents to jail for their children not going to school?
Well, I'm not totally against parents not going to jail for their children not going to school, and this is why. I was in a city once where a person was not sending their child to school. The truancy officer came out several times. They weren't able to do anything about it. And one day, this lady left those children at home and they burned to death. So I think that there should
That's
be.
one isolated incident. I'm saying that she sent a lot of parents to jail for the children not going to school. Mind you, what if the parent was making sure the child went to school, dropped them off at the front door, and then the child turns around, gets inside the building, but turns around once they see the mama car drive away. But yet we'll still punish the parent. You're saying that she has this type of aura that she has an understanding as a woman, right? But I'm gonna share something with you. She has this special piece as a woman, that she's kind and understanding, and she has this feminine, attitude or whatever. I don't see that in Kamala. I don't know if anybody else sees that. I don't see she has any femininity in her. I don't see she has a motherly attitude in her either. First of all, I'm gonna share something with you. We don't need the president to be having this kindly and motherly attitude in this. You know what I'm saying? We don't need the president to have this type of attitude. You're dealing with monsters all around the world.
Well,
we don't need someone to have a motherly type of attitude, because we're in trouble. And I'm going to share something with you. I will still sit up here and say women are not good to run anything. I'm sorry, it doesn't work out that way. We are not. We are very emotional. If we don't like somebody, we will cause all types of foolery for them at a workplace. At a workplace. Nobody can get up here and tell me they have never had a woman supervisor that has never been on their ass before. We will not get up here and lie right now, especially if I don't like you and I feel you got this attitude with me. I'm going to make life hell for you. We are not equipped for that. We are not equipped for leadership roles. If we were, God would have made it so. He would have made Eve first before Adam. I ain't trying to get all biblical and stuff, because I'm far from that. I'm far from that. But the problem is that we're sitting up here thinking that this makes sense, that this woman should be in control of the free world. Here's the air quotes, the free world. Okay? We're sitting up here believing that she makes sense when her own people don't even want her in power. But they just don't have nobody else. They got to run with her. And so now, since they did a coup on us, on Democrats, they did a coup on us and made us accept her. That's not right. I don't know how we can sit here and be like, this makes sense. And then on top of this, that we can just, this is another thing that bothers me about the Black community, Black women in general. We'll sit up here and we'll say, we are the best nurturers. We are amazing mothers, right? But we will happily go to the chop shop and delete our children. We will happily go to the chop shop and delete our children.
Leading.
23 million. Somebody put in the chat 24 million. Listen, 23 million. And we think that this is okay. It is not okay. Regardless of what we feel about Trump, he's a demon. I don't agree with Trump either. I don't agree with her, with Kamala either. But there's one party that is promoting it's okay for the LGBTQIA plus to come into the school and have drag queens read to kindergartners.
Come on.
There's another group that has a mindset and able, and not even a mindset, no, they're doing it, that they will put tampons in a man's bathroom.
Oh, Hink. Oh, I'm not Hink. What's our boy name?
Ricky.
Who posted? Ricky.
Ricky
was in a bathroom and videoed it in the bathroom live on his phone that they didn't put tampons in the men's bathroom.
It's one of us. It's one that believes it's okay to have an LGBTQIA plus parade with pussy and dick slinging left and right in front of children. Even no matter how we want to spin this thing, it's wrong. No matter how we want to spin it, how many sins that we see, one party is clapping for the deletion of children and clapping for the LGBTQIA plus to come out here booty butt naked in a parade. When we know as parents, if you have children, you know when one of those kids bust the door open, you hurry up and snatch the covers because you don't want them to see you naked. So now the children are at this parade. They see the children at the parade, but yet they're booty butt naked. We think that this is okay. And then we'll sit up here and say, the woman will say, my body, my choice. Democrats will say, yes, it's her body, her choice. Okay, it's her body, her choice, but this is the problem here. They're using something that it should only be used, and I know this is wrong what I'm about to say, but this is the only time deletion should be used is if it was someone in her family and if it was the R word and if it was medical that she's going to lose her life. It should not be because I fucked Jerome behind the bar and I ain't use a condom. It should not be that you get an abortion because of a deletion because of that. We're using this same thing to just destroy our bloodline. This does not make sense. And anybody, I don't care if you're more educated than me, I don't care what position you held, if you believe that this makes sense for us to delete our babies, then you got a problem. That does not make sense. And for us to let our babies see dick and pussy swinging left and right, and then you got people coming to the school dressing in dresses that are men, and now you got to explain this to a kindergartner that, oh, that's not how a man is supposed to dress. How do we sit up here and think that this makes sense, but we call ourselves Christian? I don't even want to be called Christian no more. I just want to say I know Yahweh. That's it. Because this is nonsense that we believe. Even the pastors out here, but that's because they trying to collect a check. That's only why they saying what it is and saying, oh, well, that was in ancient times. We were reading the Bible in ancient times, and that's what God said. But everybody keep forgetting. Oh, I'm getting so upset. Everybody keep forgetting that God said, my word will never come back to me void. I'm done. I'm finished.
What I would just I know the fact checkers are working, but I want to make sure I say this for take heed. The scripture that you were alluding to is what Jenny said earlier. Shout out to Jenny. I know she had to go get her rest. But it says, I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over any man, she must be quiet. Now, if the word is saying that, there has to be something there why they want y'all to just be quiet.
So let me ask you this: why do you think that that Deborah was appointed as a judge and judges, and a judge in those days was not like a court judge,
I'm
right?
tired of y'all mentioning Deborah. It's one. It's
I-
one. I'm tired of y'all mentioning Deborah. It's one.
We
One that was appointed. That does not make sense. One. Over 1,000 million men. One woman.
Kamala Harris is one woman. Okay, we haven't had any other woman president until now. So,
So
go
hold
ahead.
on. Go ahead, AM, because I got a question.
So,
We got to get Anessa in, and we got to get Alicia in.
If we're talking about the Bible, there are countless examples in the Bible of women. In fact, before I even talk about the women who did countless atrocities in the Bible that they shouldn't be doing, there is only one woman in the Bible that Jesus makes reference to when he says, remember this woman. He says, remember Lot's wife. Now, the reason why he says remember Lot's wife is because if you remember, Lot's wife was hard-headed, didn't want to listen. She got turned into a pillar of salt. I think it's significant that he made a point to say, remember that particular woman. But not to mention the fact that when you read Revelations and it talks about the beast, it's a woman sitting on top of the beast. Is what it is. But I want to ask Dr. Burks this question. Why are y'all willing to vote for a woman who is allegedly black that doesn't have a black husband?
Oh my God.
Because we know for a fact that if Barack Obama
was with a white woman,
got up there and started campaigning with anything other than a chocolate woman,
it'd been over.
You wouldn't have voted for him.
It'd have been over. You hear me?
And if the idea is that it's about time we have some leadership of color, it's about time we have a black woman, why the hell is her running mate a white man?
Oh, Lord.
I'm a PhD.
I want to hear the answer. I ain't got nothing else to say. I just want to hear. Go ahead.
Oh, hey.
Go ahead, Dr. Burks.
So
I'm a PhD.
I will tell you that I did not say it was time for a black woman. I spoke about women. Okay, that was number one. Right. I said we had a black man. Right. At first, we didn't have black people at all. We had a black man. Okay, so we crossed the barrier of black, and now we're about to cross the barrier of women. Similarly to right to vote, we crossed the barrier of women and black, right? So it's just different levels of barriers that we are crossing. Now, one may say, we've never had a woman president before. There's always time for a first. No. I don't like, I really hate when people say what we've never done before, okay? There was a lot of things that never happened before. Black people never did a lot of things before until a black person did it. So
just out of curiosity,
okay,
we have had countless white men as president. Mm-hmm. They have always picked another white man as their running mate. So why wouldn't the first black female candidate allegedly pick a black woman?
You want to know why?
Be her running mate.
Would not win. That's political strategy. That's why.
Well, if she can't win because she's choosing a woman as her running mate, then why the hell should we vote for a woman as president?
I think it's. I don't think it's about voting for a woman as a president. I think it's about not voting for a woman because she's a president. I
How are
find
you, man?
with that. I
But
don't
you
think
just said,
That's
just bear
lovely.
with me.
that's
You
me picking.
just said that if she picked a woman as her running mate,
She
they
would lose.
wouldn't vote for her because of that.
No, no, no. You said, why wouldn't she pick a black woman? I think if she picked a black man, they wouldn't vote for her. I think if she picked any black person, they wouldn't vote for her. I think she needed a diverse mix. Okay, similarly to Barack Obama. Why didn't he pick a black woman? Why didn't he pick a
Then
black?
that means that our country is not as progressive as we pretend to be. Because if our country was as progressive as the Democratic Party pretends it is, see, Donald Trump is not pretending. He picked the white guy. You feel me? And when you said that they're both demons, I mean, we that's cool. We can rock with that. But I've always lived by this little moniker, right? Better the devil you know than the one you don't.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen him as president. I ain't seen her as president, and she has a lot of communist talking points.
You know, you have a right to your opinion, but I don't know Trump, and the portions of Trump that I do know, I don't like. I don't like it, and so she's my choice, and he's yours, obviously.
I
Fine.
tell you what though. You didn't think I was going to ask you about her white husband, did you?
No, I have that right here.
It caught you off guard, didn't it?
Oh,
Anissa, before you go, I want to make sure we get you in here on this love fest, as I know you had to go back and get you some paper and write some stuff down. So go ahead and share with us what you found, darling.
Okay. So I felt like I took the time to write down stuff for Trump, so I wanted to take the time to write down stuff for Kamala. Okay. Her plan is to create an opportunity economy that helps the middle class. So they will extend that the middle class, anyone making $400,000 a year or less, will not pay an increase in taxes. Repeal the tax credits for the wealthy, which Trump wants to extend. They want to repeal the tax credits for the wealthy and for corporations. Addressing the housing issue with rent
Now you know why
forgiveness.
I'm not voting for her.
Can I finish?
Now you know why I'm not voting for her.
Addressing the housing issue with rent forgiveness and also aiding those that qualify with assistance in purchasing their first homes. Addressing the corporate price gouging, which is a big part of what's going on with inflation right now. Encouraging ensuring the continuation of the Inflation Act, and those people who are diabetic, who are on chemo or long-term illnesses will have the protections of their prescription costs. Trump wants to repeal that and give the power back to pharmaceutical
You
companies.
can't mention
to
Trump.
charge.
You
Okay.
can't mention Trump.
Okay. So to ensure the protection of those rights for diabetics, people on long-term illnesses, people on chemotherapy that pay high cost for medications. They want to continue to protect those people and ensure their savings. They want to continue to ensure the protection of Social Security and Medicare, ensure whether you agree or not, ensuring a woman's right to reproductive health. This is not just for Black women. This is for all women, all
Let's
walks of
kill all
life.
the babies.
Listen.
Keep going.
I didn't say
Keep
this is
going.
what you would choose.
Keep
But
going.
I said it's a choice for the women that want it. Everybody's not a Christian in America, unfortunately, and this is not just for Black women. All women, and,
You don't
and
have
it's
to
not
be no
just
Christian not
it's
to
not
want to
just
kill somebody.
hold on. And a part of this is not just deletion of children. You have the protection of rights for women that want access to IVF, to have women that are having difficulties having children the natural way. It protects those women rights as their reproductive health as well. And that's important, especially if you want to start a family. And some women can't do it the natural way. She talked about the military, and that some of the things that she wants to do there. And I think that's all I have on my list. Now, I am She briefly mentioned at the DNC about the immigration. I would imagine on September 10th, where they debate that, she's probably going to have to stand very much strong on that, because I'm sure that's going to be addressed
He gonna eat
exactly
up. Miss
what her
Anissa,
plan is going to be.
Miss Anissa.
Yeah,
And
the
I think
reason,
I think that that's important. That definitely needs to be
Anissa,
addressed.
the reason why I asked you that, because I didn't hear any foreign policy. And as the
Okay.
president of the United States of America, foreign policy is very, very important.
Okay.
So I want you to make sure that you find out exactly what she's good at as far as foreign policy, because
Okay.
that's going to be her main portion of her job.
Well,
That's the only reason why I brought that up.
She's gonna suck at foreign policy, just like her predecessor, if she becomes president. The Obama administration literally stated that every time they had any issues when it came to foreign policy, whenever Joe Biden chimed in, he was always wrong. Always. The question I want to ask Miss Anissa is, why isn't she doing that now?
Well, I think a lot of people ask that question, but I think that people forget, when you are the vice president, you serve at the pleasure of the president. It is not the vice president's agenda. It is the president's agenda. And the president, hold on, please, let me finish. Even at this date, Joe Biden is still the president. So she serves at the pleasure of the president. It was not Kamala's job as vice president to go out there and run out there with her own agenda and do what she wanted to do.
Then why did she say she secured the release of those people in Russia?
So
I don't think that she did that. I don't think that she did that alone.
She said she did. She said she did.
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
And then I would have to actually see that for myself, because I haven't seen that technique. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I haven't seen it.
Fact checker.
Let me address that. I'm not one of the black people that don't understand politics. So that might have been a sufficient answer for one of them. The president is not a king. The president is surrounded by his cabinet, who all advise him and weigh into his decisions.
I get that.
The second person in command is the vice president. The vice president plays a role in the president's decisions, unless.
So who makes the ultimate decision? Is it the president or the vice president?
Unless you're just there for show.
Who makes the final decision, the president or the vice president?
The final decision.
What did Pence do outside of Trump? Did he do anything?
The final decision.
No.
The final decision. You know what? I went through this back in 2020 with the whole Joe Biden thing. And you know what I told black folks? I'm not going to say it this time, because I'm not going to wish that on us. But you know what I told black folks? I said, I can't wait until Joe Biden. I said, I hope he becomes president, because I want you to see how bad he's going to fuck up the country. And that's exactly what he did. You literally got Negroes in here pretending that he lowered the inflation rate. This is how stupid people are.
Yeah, I'm gonna read that in a minute. I got the
run that super chat back. I love that. That thing was so backwards.
Here's the thing. I, along with every other black man that I know that's a business owner, say the same thing about Donald Trump. They say, I made more money under Trump than any other president since I've been working.
And I would agree with that.
We all remember, well, maybe you don't. Barack Obama said they would never pour steel in this country again. They were pouring steel in this country again. This was the first time I seen gas almost $1 a gallon again. But now all of a sudden we're going to act like we got amnesia and do some revisionist history and pretend like the country wasn't doing well under Trump. You know how well the country was doing under Trump? It was doing so well under Trump, they had to fake a pandemic to make it look like his presidency was horrible. That's what they had to do. And now they're literally backing up. Now they're literally backing up on numerous things. You got Fauci coming out saying we didn't have to shut down the schools.
And he quit.
He should be in prison.
He stepped down.
He should be in prison. Not to mention, we ain't even got to go into what he did in the 80s with AIDS. We're not even going to go into that. We're not even going to go into that. But see, here's the thing. I'm going to say this right now. And I pray to God every day that Kamala doesn't become president, because I know it is our destruction.
Yeah.
And I'm not joking. I am dead serious. I know, because I understand the way men think. And I understand that there are 3 countries, 2 main countries that cannot wait. They're already making moves because of Biden's ineptitude. We've literally lost 7 embassies under Biden. 7. We lost 7 embassies. That is ridiculous. If Kamala Harris becomes president, our biggest problem is going to be Putin, Xi Jinping, the dude from China, and India. They've already laid the groundwork with BRICS. They've already been laying the groundwork for everything that they want to do. And I'm telling you right now, Americans, our biggest problem is we live in a bubble. We think shit is sweet. We have not lived in a time where somebody invaded this country. And it is going to be horrible if that happens, or maybe you didn't see the Russian ship 30 miles off the coast of Florida. The only person that can get in office that will put a stop to all of that, because he's an asshole, because he's a jerk,
you need that asshole,
because he's a monster, is Donald J. Trump.
Yep.
So y'all can say what you want to say about Kamala Harris. We do not live in those times. If we was in a time where, you know, China isn't as powerful as it is right now, Russia was still, you know, broken up, and India wasn't where it's at right now, I wouldn't even be tripping about this. I wouldn't care who's president. But we are not in that position anymore. We're not. We don't have that luxury anymore. We don't have that luxury to play these games, these identity games. Oh, the first woman president, man, screw that. We don't got time for that. We don't got time for nobody for no on-the-job training.
Nope.
On-the-job training. She has never been president.
No.
Okay.
She's never negotiated with any of these leaders.
That's fine.
And some of those leaders don't even like to talk. But hold that thought real quick. Let me get these super chats out the way, because they're talking about some of the stuff y'all talking about right now. It says here, the dating pool rose HQ is upset tonight. She said, why don't you think your thoughts on abortion are more important and should hold more weight than mine? Okay, I think I read that one already. Here she came with a $10. She said, we're both Americans. Why is it your right to have an abortion more important than mine to have one? It's not, which is the issue and the blind spot that is going to make the Trumpers lose. What? The Trumpers lose the election. Then we got Deborah Leonelli, $2. What? Thank you for that. Dating pool roast with another $10. Let me help. Here we go. Biden brought inflation from 9.1% to 2.9%. This shit is hard. Boy, this is a lie from the pits of hell. Fact checker, get it. Come on. Just go ahead so we can debunk this now. The feds will be lowering the rates next month. Biden capped the 10 medicines that have costed our people hundreds of dollars each month. Wow.
They've literally gotten rid of the petrodollar.
That's not all.
But wait, there's more.
There's more. $10 again for the dating pool roast reactions. She said, Biden stopped the tariffs that cost us billions of dollars and raised our food prices, gave $4 billion to our black farmers and elected 200, 200 black judges, still waiting on 3 Trump policies that help blacks.
I already named them.
All right.
She was late. She was late, man.
Then she came back and said, I hate low information voters. I'm out. Bye.
I question a couple of your angry man. I was about to call you mad man. Sorry, angry man.
She said, wait, KP from KC5, I think he was talking to somebody. He said, waiter, let me get a word salad with ranch, please. Embrace the grace. The world got fucked because of women.
That's so crazy.
Eve. Yeah. Adam was doing good.
She was immortal before she did that.
Yeah, man. I mean, she came in and said there can only be one, and she just came in like a Highlander. And the world will end from a woman, Kamala. Here we go, 7 and 4.99. Nah, angry man. Our problem also, these women don't care because they don't have to fight back. They'll just lay on their backs. Oh,
Jesus,
no.
That's nasty work.
That is rough.
I kind of words to take heed. That's nasty. Alicia wanted to say something. Go ahead, baby.
You've been so patient.
Thank you, baby.
So this is a lot. It's a lot. I'm learning a lot. Thank you all. So I want to think that most men are aware of how women are affected by stress. Just using carrying a child as an example. If we're stressed, we miscarry. Babies have deformities, mental issues. There's postpartum depression. Just when it comes to, bringing a life into the world, managing stress. Does anyone have any examples of Kamala managing stress, a stressful situation? Anyone?
She ain't got no kids. She ain't got nothing.
No,
that's a legitimate question.
That's a legitimate question. Dr. Burks, would you like to?
She doesn't have kids of her own, but she does have stepkids help to raise.
I used to
not the same. Not the same.
As an example, but any type of major stress.
I knew you was gonna say that. Not the same. Pushing a baby out and raising somebody else's child is not the same.
I mean, of stress. I know it's not the same. I push one out. Okay. I have a 28.
So why even bring that up? If you know it's not the same, why even put it on the table?
What I'm telling you is there are levels of stress. We cannot be so limited in our thoughts to think that stress is always just chaotic stress. So yeah, she's handled stress.
She won't even do an interview.
As an attorney general, I would imagine she handled a lot of professional.
Yeah, well, she was busy sucking dick too.
Okay. And
motherfucker.
Maybe that was stressful. And then when you did, and you have done some things, I'm sure.
I'm sure. You done sucked plenty of dick.
Absolutely. Now own it. Damn right. Let's not get
Sweet Jesus on the cross.
I own my shit.
Okay. All right, y'all. Reel it in.
Let's be quiet.
Reel it in, y'all. Reel it in.
My virgin ears.
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Go ahead.
Okay. Fact check on the inflation
Sucking dick
numbers.
hard or what?
No, I have nothing to say about that. I'm on the receiving end of that. Okay.
I thought you was going to fact check dick sucking. That's what I thought you was going to do.
Oh Lord!
But I am
Oh
Lord!
I'm gonna bomb the shit out of him. It's true. I don't care. I don't care. They've got to be stopped.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there.
I'm not gonna talk like that. Say it again, dog.
Bomb the shit
But
out
seriously,
of them.
though.
It's true. I don't care. I don't care. They've got to be
We all
stopped.
die together.
And I got to quote.
We all die together.
I got to quote Patrice O'Neal. If these white dudes don't come out and vote for Donald Trump, they need to sign all of their racism over to me because they not utilizing it properly. I'm sorry.
No, anger man. I'm telling you, them old white men ain't got no teeth. Ain't voted since '83. People gonna be pulling out people that's on hospice to vote. They do not
Especially
want
in Georgia, they coming out the woodworks. KKK gonna be out there voting.
There'll be people like this at the damn thing, dying, pushing that button. They do not want Kamala in there. I'm telling you, bro. Watch. You gonna see? It's gonna be it's gonna be gurneys going in the goddamn voting booth.
Let me ask you this: are we gonna do this again the day after election?
We're gonna do this next Tuesday. You coming back next Tuesday?
I won't come back with the same crew the day after the election.
You can have them.
Absolutely.
I'll let y'all stone me if Kamala loses, and then if she wins, y'all got to take some crap from me.
Oh,
okay.
If she wins, I'm gonna be over here collecting all my survival gear and everything I need to go.
And your bug out bag.
Yeah.
You need to go back immediately.
If she wins, the last thing on my mind is you gloating. That is the last thing on my mind.
I'm going to DR.
Hey, let me tell you something now, Dr. Burks. Let me ask you this. Jeff, you come Tuesday for sure. Let me ask you this. With Sister Kamala, I know that everybody's supporting her, and I know everybody wants her to be president. But what do you feel about it from a biblical perspective? Since you say you are a Christian, how do you feel about a woman that's not to teach or have authority over a man? I mean, knowing her being president, she'd be over the military, which is predominantly men. She'd be over Secret Service, which is predominantly men. She'd be over the Senate, which is predominantly men. How do you feel about that, being a Christian woman?
Being a Christian woman, I'm fully Christian, not just in one scripture of the Bible. I've already given. I'm going to give you another one, Esther. Okay.
What does the word say? The word says, "I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man."
The word also said that the government should be upon his shoulder. The word also said that he put
his shoulder. Sounds good to me.
Okay. Right. And he put these people in place that I'm talking about out of the Bible. So are you saying that he erred when he did that?
Okay, hold on. So that's like you're saying. So okay, so we're gonna do that for Kamala. So you're the type of woman who also believes in female pastors.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my Lord.
Where in the Bible does it say that a woman is a preacher of anything?
And you already that I believe in female pastors because I think that's how you first got in touch with me.
Oh yeah,
right?
I sure did. You pissed me off with you put something on there talking about these female pastors.
Yeah,
about a year ago, you pissed me all the way.
I'm black man. I'm going to show you something. Take heed. What have I always said? The reason why women shouldn't be teaching over men. What did I tell you?
Okay. I know it. Go ahead.
Because they have no authority over a man.
And they can't hold them what?
They can't hold them accountable.
There you go. You cannot hold me accountable. KB, if you're the pastor of a church and I get out of line, how you going to hold me accountable?
I wouldn't be a pastor of a church.
I'm saying for the women, period.
In the same method that these crooked male pastors hold people accountable.
No. See, you take the goalpost out of Switzerland and you move it over to Australia.
Answer the question.
What I'm saying is, the question is again.
I got you.
Okay, you got it. Okay, go ahead, answer it.
Oh yeah, I fully understand all of your questions. I would say this: if we're talking truly biblical, I don't think a woman should be a pastor, right? But if we deal with the social construct in which we are dealing today, and I have to be a realist. I mean, this is realistic. Just like women having 20 million or however many abortions y'all said, that's realistic. Nothing about that is biblical, but that is our reality. Okay? Our reality is that the male species has tainted the office of pastor so very badly that women have had to step into the position to restore purity.
What the fuck?
That's my okay.
Wait a minute,
Let her cook. Let her cook. Let her cook.
No, don't let her cook, please.
Let her cook.
Go ahead, Kate. Go ahead, Dr. Burks.
Step further. My grandfather was one of those men that totally destroyed a church with his infidelity.
So
Can I say something,
so
please?
can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick? So there's a reason why Lucifer approached Eve instead of Adam.
Come
That's
on.
all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
And
Okay,
that was
thank
spoken.
you.
And that was spoken
on,
in
take
Titus. Go ahead, take heed.
So I gotta ask a question. You said
Guile.
something about how your grandfather was, right? Did you say your grandfather? Okay.
Exactly.
He couldn't be none of that without her opening up the Red Sea.
But still,
He couldn't be none of that without her opening up the gates to heaven. Do you hear me? He couldn't be none of that. This is the thing that our sisters always miss. A man can't be a dog, as we say, if we don't give him the bone. You understand? He can't be anything unless we give it to him. A lot of women will get up here and they'll say, "You got."
Unless he give it to her.
No. We have the keys to sex. Women have the keys to sex unless the R word happened to her. Other than that, if she don't give away that pussy, he ain't getting it. He ain't getting it. He's not gonna get it if she don't give it away. So listen, even though the pastor was doing nonsense and he was wrong, but if the woman don't open up the floodgates or bend over and let that ass up, he ain't gonna get it.
Let's get off the floor. And let's go a step above, past the physicality of sex. Okay, let's go into the spiritual component of sex, right? No, because we're talking Bible, right now.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I'm ready.
So, if you talk about the spirituality of sex, those are two spiritually tainted individuals. If that's not his wife and he's not her husband, they both are spiritually wrong. Now, the keys to the coochie and all of this stuff, I don't use some of those words y'all use. That is on the physical level. But something has gone wrong on the spiritual level before the physicality connected.
So let me say this. Let me say this real quick, right?
Anchor man, can I be your deacon for a second, Bishop? Because you said something. I just want to add some context to what you said already. It says a woman must not lead have authority over a man. He says, but I do not allow a woman to teach or exercise authority over a man, but to remain quiet. For it was Adam who was first created, and then Eve. It was not Adam who was deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a wrongdoer. So I can't trust you with no authority, women. Because
so why do you have 6 women on this panel and 2 men?
Let me tell you why.
I got my hands tied behind my back. So
take heed to the message. If my husband comes around there right now and say, "Baby, I need you to turn that camera off and get off this live," you know what you gonna do? What you doing? Where you going to take heed?
I'm gonna close the camera. I'm going.
Oh yeah, she's completely submissive. Embrace the grace.
And I think all of us will, if that's what our husbands came to do. But you decided that you're going to invite all of these women, but at the same time, you're saying the women are to be quiet. So why did you find value in inviting this many women and that few men?
Because women, these women on this panel right here, as you can see, they're very humble, and we're asking them. The Bible says to go to the man for instruction and to go for him with answers and questions. And these women on this panel come here every week and do that very thing. These women are very humble. They don't come in here masculine and acting like linebackers for the Detroit Lions. They come in here very submissive, and they talk, and they're very soft in their nature. So that's why we on the panel with these beautiful women. That's why.
Top right hand corner.
Well, here's the thing.
Anissa, she a bulldog. You gotta watch Anissa.
Yeah. Anissa was not submissive.
Yeah, she's not. She's
Anissa
not submissive.
let me tell you something about Anissa.
Body slam them and
Let me tell you something about Anissa is a lady, okay? But just don't cross her. She'll let you know. She'll let you know.
She got a motherfucker right under here that she be scoring for you.
I'm not talking about Anissa though. Not Anissa. On the other side.
The other one.
I know it's got to be me. I know. I'm learning. I'm trying to learn to be graceful. Okay, my therapist said be more graceful and less gangster. I'm working on it, Doc.
We working on this one.
Anger man, who asked you to get on Anger man?
You said what?
Who you finna get on, Anger Man? I know you finna say something.
No, I wanted to address the thing she said about how the men have destroyed the church so much that the women had to come in and do X, Y, Z, and all.
And purify it. That's what she said.
All of this crap, right? So we're talking about sin. We're talking about a man being tempted and doing something he ain't supposed to do, right?
And not just sexual.
So when Adam and Eve heard the voice of the Lord walking through the garden, he called out to him. And if you remember, he said, I hear thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, who told thee thou wast naked?
Come on.
Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? And the man said, the woman who thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And the Lord said unto the woman, what is this thou hast done? So even the Almighty acknowledges how women tempt men, right? And then the man's gonna get punished, but Take Heed brought up the stress factor that women go through.
Come on,
when
Bishop.
when they have children, right? Your punishment for that was so harsh that God gave you sorrow in childbirth, where you literally have to experience death in order to give life. That's how bad your punishment was.
Come on, Bishop.
Not to mention the fact, you talk about your grandfather who was a preacher who was tempted by a woman, and so a woman had to come in and do X, Y, Z to redeem the church or whatever. Noah was a drunk. God didn't sit him down and say, let me go get a woman to replace Noah.
Come on, boy.
Right? Moses stuttered. God said, I'm gonna have Aaron speak for you. He didn't go get a woman to replace Noah.
Come on, man. You talking
The Bible is filled with men who were flawed, who were not perfect. And yet, God still used them for his purpose. He never replaced the man that he chose with a woman. So that's
That's
but the Bible is also full of women.
Preach, boy. You preaching tonight.
Say it.
The Bible is filled with the Bible is filled to the brim with disobedient women, rebellious women.
Yes,
and
sir.
there are more parables about women and what happens to them when they look. I said it before. When Revelations talks about the destruction, when it talks about the mystery Babylon, the beast, there's a woman sitting on that beast. Ain't no man sitting on that beast. There's a woman. So at the end, you got a woman sitting on the beast. At the beginning, you got a woman being tricked by the beast. What are we talking about?
Anger Man. It is better. Hold on, Mr. Dr. Burks. It is better to sleep on the roof of your house than inside your house with a quarrelsome woman with a horrible mouth.
Proverbs 25 and 24.
Oh yeah, a good woman is a crown to her husband's head, but a woman with a bad mouth and an attitude is cancer to his bones.
It also talks about rebellious. It also talks, I can't remember the verse, but it also talks about rebellious, disrespectful women stricken with baldness.
Yes.
A lot of that going around too.
That's why the weaves, boy, weave has went up 13%.
My scalp.
I'm laughing because I'm laughing because I don't have no hair. That's why I'm laughing. That is why I'm laughing. Oh my God.
And Isaiah and speaking of Deborah, for instance, okay, the one female judge, by the way,
right,
I had to go back and I had to go back and read as to why Deborah, I said Deborah, but Deborah was actually appointed as a judge. So Deborah was appointed as a judge following after time. I'm going to say time and time and time, and I didn't say time enough times, that the nation of Israel, specifically Judah and Jerusalem, fell into or was sold by the Lord to the Canaanites, the Jebusites, and the Moabites, and a bunch of other surrounding nations, because of how they were according to chapter. I'm going to say chapter 2, where it says that where it says that they were whorish in their ways. The nation was, not the women, but whorish in their ways, towards flocking towards ungodliness and embracing their gods and pagan gods and traditions and so on and so forth, basically going against the covenant that Joshua wrote before he passed away in the last chapter of Joshua, before we go into the first book of Judges, right? Okay, so we had a litany of male judges, okay, and then we had a few male judges before we get to Deborah, okay. Now Deborah, okay, basically led them into more chaos, okay? And then on top of leading them into more chaos, there was one instance where they actually did repent, and then Deborah led them back into a situation where the Bible does say where the Lord was hot with that nation, Judah. And then more times after that, so each chapter of Judges, it starts off where it says that the Lord basically was hot with that particular nation, with the children of Israel. Okay, but it gets better. Isaiah, so Judges before Isaiah in the chronicle of the canon here, Isaiah is talking about Jerusalem and Judah, and in Isaiah 3:8, it says, "For Jerusalem is ruined and Judah is fallen." Okay, and we're going to skip a little bit ahead of here forward, because I don't have a whole lot of time for the people here. But it says, "Woe unto the wicked." And if Kamala Harris, and mind you, I'm still on the fence here because I don't know what the heck I'm going to do, but if she does decide to lead, here's what we're going to probably end up facing if this is, if this is a vestige for the future. "Woe unto the wicked, it shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hands shall be given him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy path."
Oh my God.
He was talking about Judah and Jerusalem and the cacophony of issues and the litany of issues that has happened all the way chronologically, all the way up until that point. Now, I'm not a Christian, not anymore anyway. But I'm just saying, reading all of that, and he talks about the women. Oh, he talks bad about the women in Isaiah 3. He talks about, let's go a little bit further. He says, "Moreover, the Lord saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk and stretch forth the necks of the wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making the tinkling of their feet. Therefore the Lord will smite with the scab of crowns of their head, and the daughters of Zion, the Lord will discover their secret parts. In the day of the Lord, and will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, and their cowls, and round tires like the moon, and chains and bracelets and the mufflers, and bonnets, y'all, the bonnets,
the
and the bonnets And the ornaments of their legs and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings and the rings and the nose jewels and the changeable suits of apparel and the mantles and the wimples of the grasping pins and glasses and the fine linen and the hoods and the veils. The bonnets!
Read this, boss man. Read it, boss man. Somebody put the third chapter 16 and 17. What does that say? Read it, boss man.
Zion women are stuck up, prancing around in their high heels, making eyes at all the men in the street, swinging their hips, tossing their hair gaudy and garish in cheap jewelry. Will fix. Hallelujah.
I got a question.
Now look,
I got a question
now
for
look,
Boss Man.
here's
I
the
got a
thing.
question for Boss Man, please.
Oh.
Boss Man, I gotta ask you a question.
Go ahead.
When you mentioned, right, when you
Sorry, the bonnets.
when you mentioned Judah, and who else did you mention? You mentioned who else?
Jerusalem. Judah and Jerusalem specifically. But it talked about 12 tribes of Israel. Go ahead.
Okay, and then you had mentioned one of the tribes, right? One of the tribes that was surrounded, and you said they were worshiping pagan gods, right?
Astaroth, Baal, and Astarte.
Okay. So out of one of the tribes, right, there was a pagan god that they worshiped that had a belly of fire.
That was Moloch.
Okay,
and Baal.
so right. So that they would crucify, we say crucify Jesus, right? But what they would do was they would throw the children in the belly of fire.
Correct.
Just like what we are doing to our children today. We're doing the same thing because, like I told y'all, I have blood on my hands. Every time I always say this, I tell y'all this is the truth. This is nothing but the truth. But if you remember how I told y'all the time when I had to walk in and I was getting a deletion, okay? They didn't have time to sedate me. They let me walk in there. I saw 4 chains hanging from the ceiling and a machine where they crushed the baby. Now check this out. Mind you, remember, they said to the pagan god, they threw the babies into the belly of fire. That machine looked like a belly.
Because
let's talk about it, because we're sitting here and we're saying we worship, the United States, we believe in God, but which God do we believe in? Which God do we believe in? It cannot be Yahweh that we believe in. It cannot. If this sin is okay for you, but this sin is not okay for you. Mind you, God did not put anything on any sin. He said the wage of sin is death. That's all sin. No matter what, one is not greater than the other. It's all sin.
Take heed. Let me ask you a question. Who's the God that is actually our nation's symbol? I can answer that question for you. Who is standing in New York?
A Statue of Liberty.
And the crown of thorns on that head, it's not a thorns, it's a ray.
Also known as Apollo.
There we go. And originally, in its Greek name, it's Mithras. Or I take it back a little bit further, Apollyon. Oh, we can go back a little bit further, Dionysus. He has many names, Semiramis or Tammuz. He has many names.
The mother of Nimrod, who
But
is
the
architect
original
of the Tower of Babel.
But the original name for this deity, this original name for this being, is spoken about actually in Ruth. Ruth mentions the name of this book is called Enoch, And Enoch tells you who tempted Eve in the garden, a garden of Eden, and his name is Gadriel.
I wanted to say something to Dr. Burks about the situation with your grandfather. That's an unfortunate situation. But like when I converted from Christianity to Islam, one of the things that was really strict in the mosque is the interaction between men and women. Right?
Okay.
If women have a service, there are brothers that can guard the door, but they don't participate in that service. When brothers and sisters come into the mosque, they have to be patted down. A man is not allowed to touch a woman, right? The women have to be dressed in a certain way. They're not even allowed to wear open-toe shoes, not to restrict them, but because men will lust after women for certain things, right? So the women are viewed in a certain light, in addition to the fact that even when there's a brother in the mosque that sees a sister that he's attracted to, he has to court her, but he has to make it known to the mosque that he's planning to court her, and they have to date chaperoned and things of that nature. So part of the reason Christianity has the issues that it has is because the way the church is structured is too loose. There isn't enough discipline and structure as far as the way people dress, the way people interact with each other. So it's a problem just waiting to happen. You know, it's a problem waiting to happen. So you know, the way people dress, even now, like when I left the church, it had gotten to the point where the dress code was so lax that, you know, some women were coming in there with skirts. The skirts was just getting higher and higher, and you know, people weren't dressing the way they were supposed to dress, which of course is going to cause problems.
Can I ask you a question from there?
Sure.
Would you not think that that is the pastor's responsibility to address that and put that in order?
It's definitely his responsibility.
And do you think that the male pastor has failed to do that?
In the Christian church, hell yes, he's failed to do that.
And do
Hell
you
yes.
that with those gaps that have existed for so long, that has basically led to the demise of the Christian church for the most part, we're barely holding on. Do you think that that could potentially be a reason why women have stepped up in the ministry?
No,
I'll tell you
that's not
exactly why.
that's not the reason.
I'll
That's
tell you
not.
exactly the reason why.
Yeah.
The reason why is because the church failed to minister to men. That's the real reason why. They spend a whole lot of time pandering to women instead of building the men. And everybody tell you when you build the men build the households. You see what I'm saying? But my thing is this: when you start letting women just do whatever it is and have children out of wedlock and always tell them, baby, it's gonna be okay, and give them baby showers instead of talking to the men while you have them, men don't listen to people who don't lead properly. And that's the main reason why we have an issue with the church.
Well, I was going to answer the reason why women allegedly stepped up.
Go ahead.
The reason why women stepped up, and it's it's an unfortunate flaw with women. A lot of women can't wait to be men. They can't wait to take the place of a man because they envy his position, they envy his power.
Come on.
Which
And women are not supposed to do that. They're not. Every time a woman does that, it causes a problem.
Yep.
Every time, it never fails. And that's one thing that the world has been teaching us to do that is wrong. Like I'm 100% convinced. Like my grandmother raised me. She was a God-fearing woman, traditional Christian. And a lot of the stuff she talked about when she was living, I'm watching it happen right now. because everything that this world is doing right now in American society, America is definitely the mystery Babylon in Revelations. It definitely is. From the woman sitting on the beast with what is scarlet and purple. It's definitely this, because everything we do in this country at this point is devilish. All of it, to the Planned Parenthood, to the Olympics weren't here, but they literally had somebody sitting on a white horse riding into the damn Olympics.
Yep.
Behold the pale horse, and he that sat on him was death, and hell followed with him. And I find it to be a coincidence that right around the time that they had this, which is biblical prophecy, it said hell followed with him. We just happened to have a woman running for president the same year. Like, oh my God. Don't get me started preaching.
Which is also an awesome book too. Behold the Pale Horse. If you haven't read it, it's a great read.
Let's not forget we had a woman that was running for president, just didn't get nominated last for.
Yeah, God didn't allow it to happen. Just like her, he's not gonna not allow her to be there.
I mean,
Mexico got her their female president.
Representation, you know.
No country who is a threat to us has woman leadership. So we could talk about Mexico; they're no threat.
Nope.
Any country that's a threat to us do not have women in leadership. Matter of fact, in those countries, the women came to speak to me and to look them in their eyes without getting bapped in the mouth. If we being honest, those men will take out sticks and beat the shit out of those women for even looking at them. Hell, you can't go to Dubai and raise your voice at a man, or you go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
So in those countries, they have high regard for their men. They're not going to disrespect their men by putting a woman over them. It'll be rebel. They'll rebel against that for sure.
Let me ask you a question. Earlier, you said that you had her calendar while she was in office, right? How many times did she go out of the country? Because I remember her when they questioned her about the border, and she said, "I haven't been to Europe either." I found that very strange. You're the vice president. You're supposed to be having relationships with these other people just in case you have to step in. So how many times did she actually leave the country? I'm curious.
I haven't seen any instances where she did.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She went to Africa. Remember the African president said what he said?
Oh, yes, that's right.
He said, we as a country were talking to Russia about military, about different tactics we will use in war. She come over here trying to get us to accept gay marriage and told us she would cut off all funding if we don't accept gay marriage.
Yeah.
She did go over there.
Yeah, she did.
That's facts.
And
if you don't want your men kissing each other in the mouth, we're not giving you no more money.
They told her to get out.
They ain't say it like that.
Get out.
I'm telling you, man.
And I'm gonna tell you something else too. They talk about Putin. He's given speeches where he's talked about the evil of America.
Oh, I believe that.
He's given speeches about that where
Putin already showed him Black Jesus in artwork.
He sure did.
Oh yeah.
Systematic and off.
And
So I got a question for you. Why are so many men so in a rush and so, like, if you look at Steve Harvey and Ricky Smiley and all these different men who say they're voting for Kamala.
Roland Martin too.
Roland Martin, you know, he like a retired clown. Listen, all these different men, why are they rushing to be so hard for a woman to lead them? Can you explain? Can you give us some of that before we get out of here?
Because these are not men.
Come on, Doc. You talk.
Nasty.
Those are not men. Those look, here's the thing. Those are not men. Those are, I don't want to say boys because that, you know, they're black men. So I don't want to do them like that. But these are subordinate. You know, these are eunuchs. These are mental eunuchs.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? They don't want. They have been trained and socialized. When you look at men like that, This is the downside of having generations of single motherhood and men being raised by women and not having fathers in their lives. This is the result of this. This is why they can stand up there and give a speech about, well, why wouldn't you want a woman to be in charge of you and this, that? See, these are little boys that didn't have fathers. You understand? Because I don't know about y'all, but the households I grew up in, women didn't run the men. That wasn't a thing. That wasn't allowed, because at the end of the day, you can't expect men to be subordinate to you, and then when shit hits the fan, expect them to be barbarians. It doesn't work that way.
Right.
Men who are subordinate to you cannot properly protect you or lead you. So I don't know what they got going on. Like, to me, I just feel like they're just willing to do anything for money, or willing to do anything for influence, clout. It's literally the epitome of selling your soul to the devil.
Yep.
Can I step in?
Sure.
Yeah, you can step in, because we're about to step out. But go ahead.
I believe it's just the choice between the two. I think it's just that simple. I think that if the male candidate was a good male candidate, they may lean towards the male. But
So
I don't.
they're voting against Donald Trump and not for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that really a good way to vote?
No, it's not.
I'll tell you this. I'm voting against Donald Trump.
That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Let me ask you a question. You said you're voting. Let me ask you a question. You said you're voting against Donald Trump. Why aren't you voting for Kamala Harris?
Right.
There's a big difference.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to tell you that I'm not voting for Kamala Harris because I would have voted for Biden. Okay. So it wasn't so much that it's Kamala. It's just that I'm not voting for Donald Trump. So if it was Biden and Trump, I would have voted for Biden.
So you don't actually believe in Kamala Harris?
I believe in Kamala. I don't think that Kamala is the absolute best candidate that the Democratic Party could have come up with.
Oh my God. So you just voting for her because you, oh my God, Jesus Christ, have
Oh
mercy.
yeah, I'm not going to vote for the enemy.
That's an honest answer, though. I appreciate that.
Damn.
I'm going to vote for the enemy. That's dumb. Now that is dumb.
Now hold on.
Hey,
'Cause I know,
Dr. Burks. Dr. Burks.
If
I
I was
appreciate
to vote
Dr.
for
Burks, you know the one thing that I love about YouTube and the internet, you ladies never fail to meet my expectations.
Oh, thank you. I'll be sarcastic with you. Thank you.
Because that answer, I'm glad you're being honest. I can respect the honesty. I would have never thought you would have said it, but I suspected that's what it was. Like,
The more you get to know me, the more you're going to know that honesty is what I'm going to be, even if you don't like it. Okay.
I respect it.
I'm okay with whoever doesn't like it. My truth is my truth, and I live in it. Right.
So this is not for you, Dr. Burks. This is for the men. If you're a man out there and you're voting for Kamala Harris, you are not a Christian man. You are not a man that stand on principles, and you just a trash ass nigga. Okay, now back to our scheduled program.
You know it. I honestly believe Dr. Burke just hit the nail on the head with this voting season. I don't think people are really voting for Kamala. I think they're voting against Donald Trump, and that is a huge difference. Will people actually turn out to vote against Donald Trump?
I believe they will.
No. A lot of people.
Why won't they go out and
you
vote?
always gonna have haters.
Why won't they go out and vote for Kamala?
All I gotta say is, Lord,
I don't believe in her.
All I gotta say is, Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
I'll say this: if they were truly voting for Kamala, I keep saying Kamala. If they were truly voting for Kamala, then she would have been the initial candidate.
Doctor, the only reason why you keep finding yourself saying Kamala instead of Kamala is because you have a proper education. Okay, that word is pronounced Kamala. It is. No matter what she says, she can call herself Kamala all day. But the reason why everybody has so much difficulty with it is because we all have an education. That's the only reason.
So I want to hear what Anissa thinks. Anissa, are you voting against Trump and for Kamala or just against Trump? What is it?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm actually in a conundrum about this. I just have a lot of issues with Trump. I think that I have a difficulty voting for someone that committed fraud against people to the tune that he had to pay a $25 million settlement for people that he frauded out of an education and gave fake diplomas. I have a problem voting with someone that went to Georgia and basically asked election officials to do whatever they could to find votes to
Every
turn to.
politician does that.
Hold on.
Every politician does
He
that.
asked me, please. He
Y'all
asked
hate
me.
the truth.
I've been really quiet. I haven't said anything
Y'all
while
hate
anybody
the
was
truth.
talking. Thank you, angry man.
Y'all hate the truth, man.
Well, this is the truth. He did, and there's a phone call that anybody can pull up and Google and hear Donald Trump in his own voice asking this man to find me these votes and announce me the winner. To asking the, I think it was the Secretary of State, I forget his name,
Fake news.
asking him.
Fake news.
It's not fake news, and it's there, and you all know it.
Fake
I,
news.
I have a problem. I have a problem. You know, everyone. You know, this is the beauty of democracy: is everybody can vote their own conscience. Now, some people don't have a problem. You know, with people that lack character, lack integrity, that'll steal from you, cheat from you. You know, some people, you know, stuff like that just doesn't matter to them. For me as a voter, it matters. So I just have a big problem with Trump as a man. It has been my experience that if you ain't shit in your real life, you probably an ain't shit person. And that's how I feel about Trump. That is how I feel about him.
But
Now,
why it doesn't matter that she was fucking somebody's husband? Why that don't matter?
Well, you know what? I think that it's the same problem with every woman that Trump has been married to. He has cheated, and the fact that he's on his third wife, and he cheated on her with the stripper.
Hold on.
I mean,
I want you to address. I want you to address.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you why you have a problem with that.
All of Trump's
Anissa, I want you to address the yard sale pussy. Talk about Kamala.
Can I please interject something?
If you're going to talk about Kamala, we're going to talk about Trump.
Can I please interject something?
All the
Come on,
stuff
AM.
that he has done.
Can I please interject something?
Come on, AM.
No, because I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
This is what the left does. This is what the left does. This is what the left does.
Oh, you want to finish?
You guys are interrupting me.
Y'all, boy.
Go watch any news.
You guys are interrupting me. I wasn't finished.
Any news outlet.
Can I finish what I was
saying?
Come on, listen. Come on, finish.
My problem with Kamala, and I said it at the very beginning, I understand that Kamala is going to have a man issue. I do have a concern about Kamala if she has to deal with the Putin orgy. That is an actual concern for me. I actually think Putin has Trump's number, if you want to be honest. I think that when you start going up, I mean, Putin is no joke. I mean, he's ex-KGB. You know, these men are these men are dictators. They're strong men, they're powerful men, they're smart men. That is my honest concern when it comes, you know, to Kamala. And I'm being honest. I mean, I think she's smart. I think she is qualified, but I definitely think she's going to have a man issue. And that is a concern for me. So me personally, I'm you know, I'm in a conundrum, you know, about how I feel about this thing.
Oh, that's an honest answer.
That's an honest answer, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
I do not want to be on a panel with angry man no more. Okay. I don't want to be. Look at him. Look at him up there. I don't want to be on a panel with him no more. You want to know why? Because my whole chat is up here screaming like, "That's right, angry man. That's right." They co-signing everything he's saying. I don't want to be on a panel with him no more. Okay, I just want to put that out there.
See, what Anissa did is what people that are Democrats, that are liberals, that are leftists do on a regular occasion. They believe that their voice is the only voice. So when they're talking about
They
a
asked
topic,
my opinion.
so
Oh, Jesus.
they
He
do
has
not
my opinion, not yours.
they do not understand what civil discourse is or how to converse with people. Whenever you're saying something, it is perfectly fine for someone to interject because there is a point that you made that they want to address. But whenever you want to speak at length, you're dictating to people. You're not having a conversation. You're talking at people. What I
But
was
when I
trying
wanted
to
to
do,
interject with you, you asked me to be quiet because you were speaking. I was trying to finish my thought
you
and
just
answer the question that Lit actually
you,
asked me. I was responding to him.
you
So
just
just like I'm quiet, I was quiet when everybody else, I said nothing. And I
you
got an
you
opportunity to speak and you had to interject and you just couldn't wait.
you just interjected and I listened to what you had to say.
Right, right. But when I'm speaking, because I'm responding to Lit and a question he asked me, I don't need you to interrupt. I asked you, could
Okay.
you please be
So
quiet and let me finish? That's
so
all,
I
just out of
okay,
respect.
so I've been polite enough. Now it's time to bring out the real angry man. First of all, you're
Don't do it.
disrespectful because women are not supposed to talk over top of men. That's number one. So number one, if you were saying something and I wanted to interject something, I simply wanted to address what you were saying because I'm treating you like an adult, which means I'm taking you seriously.
Okay, and you can wait until
If
I'm
I wasn't
finished.
taking you, see, I'm
And you
talking
can
now.
wait
I'm
until I'm
talking
finished
now. Please stop
speaking.
interrupting me.
Whoop. Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Please stop interrupting. You're proving my point right now. So number one, you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to politics because every single politician, when they are in the middle of an election, when they are counting the votes, every politician calls around to the places where they need votes and say, find me the votes. All of them do this.
Do you ask them to overturn the
Wait a
election? Do
second.
you
Wait a
do that?
second. Wait a second. Wait a
Do
second.
you do that?
First of all, there were actually 100,000 vote images that were not counted that they recently found out about when they did their audit. So technically, Trump
Do you
actually
ask
won.
people to
Technically
decertify
cannot.
the election?
Please
Do you
finish.
ask
See,
that?
this is what I'm
No, you
talking about.
can't.
This is
No,
what I'm
you
talking
can't.
about. This
If
is
you
what I'm
can
talking about.
interject with me, then I can
People like
interject
this
with
do.
you.
People like this do not believe in democracy. That's
Oh
not
my
what they
God.
believe in.
Oh,
It is
please.
not what they believe in.
Oh,
Whenever you
please. Stop it.
any media outlet, what you will notice about the left is when you disagree with them, they are going to try to make their voice louder than yours. They're going to try to talk over you. They're not going to allow you to interject. Why? Because they understand the power of propaganda. And the last thing they need is a dissenting viewpoint because they don't want people to think. They want people to follow rhetoric. Okay, number one, I said it before, and anybody in here can do their research. Every politician does that. Not to mention that recently, they actually found out that Trump actually won Georgia. That's the other part. And then on top of that, you're talking about democracy. We're not in a democracy, ma'am. We live in a constitutional republic. This is the reason why when you were in school, you said, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. This is not a democracy, ma'am. It is a constitutional republic. But all of this rhetoric that you have about Trump, you have not done your research. Is he a saint? Hell no. Is he the second coming of Jesus? Hell no. Is he a flawed man? Hell yes.
But the things that you're saying about him, the funniest thing about it is there's a lot of stuff Trump did that you can bring up. But the funny thing is you're bringing up the stuff that's not even true. That's the funny thing. You're bringing up the things that CNN, MSNBC are using that if you just simply do the research.
I did do the research and it's out there. I did the research and it is out there.
If
Okay.
you did the research.
I did the research and he absolutely did what I just said.
If you did the research.
Said that I have a choice. And my choice is based on how I feel about both of them.
Let him finish.
I have problems with both of them.
If
Now,
you
I don't
finish.
care that you like the response or not.
You have to let Angry Man finish, okay?
She got to be a
don't
boomer.
care
Is she
if
a
you
boomer?
like it or not.
Is she a boomer? She got to be a boomer.
A baby boomer?
She got to be a baby boomer.
You know that lady's not a baby boomer.
How do I know she's not a baby? Okay, you know what?
The sisterhood is stood up.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm not going to argue about the looking.
Don't know what to say.
Because every politician does that.
Trying to hold it in the road.
Every single politician does that. In fact, not only do politicians look for votes when they're trying to win an election, they also contest elections.
Okay.
Hillary Clinton contested the 2016 election. Al Gore contested the election. Hell, Al Gore still says he won the election. Hillary still says she won the election.
Is there anyone that asked someone to decertify an election?
Excuse me.
Know of?
Excuse me.
Is there anyone that asked someone to decertify an election and declare them the winner when they were not? Has that
If you
ever
don't
happened?
count all the votes, then you know.
Okay, well, first of all, if you remember everything that happened in that election, there was a reason for that. But I guess you're going to sit here and pretend. I guess you're going to sit here and pretend you didn't see all of that.
No, you're going to sit here and pretend like he didn't do what the fuck I just said he did.
No, I'm not sitting
just
here.
because my opinion is different, it's different from yours.
Oh, we getting spicy.
Talking about an
We getting spicy tonight.
I am the voter.
I am not
the voter. You can vote the way that you want
not
and make your
talking
decisions
about-
the way that you want.
I
but
am
you
not
can't tell me
talking
how I'm
about.
supposed to
I'm
make
not
mine.
talking about an opinion. Did you
I'm
cover?
not giving you an opinion. It's facts, and you know that it is, Angry Man.
This is why right here.
Act like this man
Yo,
hasn't
check this
done the
out. Let
stuff
me
that I
tell you
said.
something. Let me tell you something about the black community. The black community is done. It's done.
What does that mean?
It is over for the black community. I'm sitting here trying my best to get my points out.
But you wouldn't let me get mine out. You had to interject.
But he did stop. He did stop though. No, he stopped.
Well,
I would not give him the courtesy. Come on now.
well, he interjected.
You can do it.
I'm interjecting. He gets
Well,
to
let him
interject,
finish
I
his
get to
points.
interject. Isn't that right?
Let him finish his points. I don't think he interrupted you during the whole time you were talking.
Oh,
if
he
we're being
did.
honest.
He did. That's
Not
why
the
I
whole
had to
time.
stop. He
Not
did.
the whole time.
And then Take Heed asked the question, and then I had to stop. So I
Well,
did get an
to be
opportunity
honest, at the beginning of the show, I said one mic at a time because we can't we can all sing together. We can't talk
every
together.
person. Make sure it applies to everybody.
I'm trying. I'm
Okay.
trying. Okay.
All right.
Now, Angry Man, come on.
asked
Finish
the
what you're saying.
Oh, sorry.
No, I wanted him to finish his thought if he wasn't done.
The moment I start talking, she's just going to interrupt. The moment I start talking and say something that triggers her that she doesn't agree with because she wants to believe that Donald Trump is Lucifer himself. And
You
it's
are upset
bullshit.
because I don't agree with what you're saying.
Well, you can
That is
agree
your
in silence,
problem.
though. You can disagree in silence, though.
No. I said I am in a conundrum.
Look at it this way. Miss KB Burks
politician.
down here does not agree with what Angry Man is saying, and she hadn't opened her mouth.
Okay, well, that's her. That has nothing to do with me. I am not a politician.
Wow.
I am not a politician.
I
I
guess
am
to
just,
say,
I am a regular
she's a
voter.
Yorkie, I'm a
Wow.
I am a regular voter.
You get the
And
regular
I'm just-
pass.
I'm just expressing the problems that I have with
Wait
both
a
of these
minute.
people. That is it. And I am
Alyssa, come on
entitled
now.
to that.
Come on
without
now.
somebody telling me I'm wrong for the way that I feel.
Your
Because
ass
it's
is
not what
wrong.
he
Your
thinks.
ass is wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a
Okay, but
damn
that's your,
clue.
but it's still
You
my
don't have
vote.
a
And I have a right
damn
to make a
clue.
vote based on
You don't have a
my
damn clue
interpretation
what
of
you're talking about. You don't have a clue what you're talking about.
You don't have a clue what you're
No, you
talking
don't
about
have a clue.
because you
You
want to
don't
act
have a
like the
clue.
things that happened didn't
You
happen, and you
don't
know
have a
that they
clue.
did.
You do not have a clue.
Okay, you're the only one that's right,
You don't
angry
have a
man.
clue.
You're correct. Go ahead. You know
I know I'm
everything.
correct.
You know everything, so go ahead.
I do.
Okay, and that
I
right there is
do.
a fucking problem because you
I
don't.
do.
Because
I
you
do.
don't.
I
Because you
do.
Anissa.
don't.
I climbed Mount Sinai, and Almighty God gave me the knowledge.
Oh,
And He
please.
told me that if
So you
I
up there
ever
with
encounter
God
a
now?
woman,
Is that what you're saying?
that if I ever
No, you're
encounter
not
a
saying
woman
that.
with a big mouth named Anissa, I should
No,
tell
you're
her to
not
be
saying
quiet.
that.
That's exactly
Absolutely.
what happened.
Anissa, come on now.
Absolutely.
Anissa,
That's
I was just
exactly what
bragging on you a
happened.
few minutes ago. Now don't mess it up.
Wants to come over
Don't
here and
mess it
talk
up.
over
I was
other
just
people like
bragging on you a minute
no.
ago. Don't mess it up now. Come
All
on.
right.
Come on now.
So
All right,
angry.
AM. Go ahead and finish up.
We
Man.
believe in you, Anissa.
See,
We believe in you.
So am I off the hook?
here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? See, I was born for this because it's gonna come out of you. If it's in there, it's gonna come out. If it's
Oh, honey,
in
I don't
there.
hide it. It's there. I
Oh,
don't
I know
hide it.
it's there.
It's there.
I know it's
Yeah,
there.
and Lit told you it was there.
I know it's there.
So you
I
gonna get
pull
you
it
gonna
out
get
like
me.
a
Lost
You
in
can brag
translation.
about it.
It's your fault
exorcist.
now.
You ain't gonna
It's
never
my
you never
fault.
get a
My
You
bad.
respect
you
what
gas
you
gutter,
want.
goddammit. It's your fault.
That's what
My
you gonna
bad.
do.
Look what
Like
you
an
did.
exorcist.
That's
I
what you
pull it
gonna
out
do.
of
You
you.
gonna
Get
give
you.
me the same respect that you want.
Because you can't. I didn't ask you
That's
for
how it
respect.
works with me. I don't care
I didn't
what you do
ask
with
you for
other
respect.
people.
I didn't ask you for respect. I asked to get my point across.
Okay, when I'm speaking, I don't need you to interject. You wait until I'm finished, and then you can have the floor.
I don't need you to talk at all because you're spewing nonsense.
Well, first of all, the question
Jibber
wasn't asked to
jabber.
you; it was asked from Lit to me.
Jibber
So it had
jabber.
nothing to do with you.
Jibber jabber.
It had nothing to do with you.
Hoopla.
Okay, whatever, whatever.
Anissa,
I mean, if
Anissa,
I can finish my thought, you can say whatever you want.
Anissa, would Kamala be proud of you right about
No,
now? Would
she
she
would.
really be proud?
She be
Matter of
proud.
fact, yes,
on
she
now.
would. Yes, she would. She'd be proud of that. She'd be proud of that. That's another thing. Y'all think brothers come here be wanting y'all to respect them and all that. I don't need that from you. I got a whole wife in there that respects me. I don't need that.
Absolutely. I'm not
I
saying
don't
that.
need that.
We're just gonna
I don't
respect each
need
other
I
as
don't need
panel members.
I
That's all
don't
I'm saying.
need that. I don't need your validation. I don't need
You
none of that. I
don't. You
just
don't.
need
And
to be
I don't
able.
care
I
about your
just
opinion.
need to be
And I
able
don't
to
care about
speak.
your opinion.
I just need to be able to get my point across, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
We
I'm
want to
done
move the
now.
show along. I'm pretty sure we got some folks who want to interject.
And that was the whole purpose of her tirade, is to keep me from saying what I was gonna say.
What was you gonna say?
It's all good.
Come on, man. Come on.
No, it's all good.
It's clear now, man. Come
it's
on.
all good. No, because the moment I start talking, she's gonna do it again.
Well, let's give you a refresher
The moment
in
I
between.
start speaking, she's gonna do it again.
Let's give it a refresher. KBD, I see you got your hand up. Come on.
At the end of the day, your father, your father's the father of lies. Because if your father was my father, you would love me like a brother.
And you would respect me as a woman. And keep your mouth closed until I'm finished.
I have to give blanketed respect
Keep your
to
mouth
random
closed
women.
until I'm finished.
Because I have to give blanketed respect to random women. Yeah.
Okay,
Sure
okay,
thing.
let's break this up. So
I don't
angry man
respect
like
disrespecting
that
women.
2 hours ago.
He
I
trying
was
to
right
talk.
with my sister. But angry man, let me ask you this. You
Am
know,
I off the hook?
you know, it's commonplace for a candidate to call and say, find me some more votes, right? But is it commonplace for a presidential candidate himself to do that calling? That's almost unheard of. Now, your people may call your campaign manager, your whomever, But the president himself, the presidential candidate himself, doesn't normally call and say, "Now find me some votes." And I think that was the strangeness of it all, is that it seemed more like a bribe of some sort,
No,
especially that, and also later, can you decertify the vote?
it's okay. So first of all, it is unorthodox, but the problem that I have with it is everyone treating it like he did something that was criminal when it's something that campaigns do. Now, as far as him saying to decertify it, it was because of all of the activity and the discrepancies that was going on that night. And the reason why I know for a fact what was going on that night is because I stayed up all night on a live covering it. Literally stayed up all night on a live covering it. Went to sleep, he was winning, woke up, and he lost.
That's how the votes roll in.
That's how the votes roll in when you have mail-in ballots and everything is not, I'm not going to get into that because YouTube has issues with that. So I'm not going to have that debate. We're going to leave that alone. But there's a reason that social media don't want you talking about that. That should tell you everything you need to know.
And actually, Ms. Burks, there is precedent for this. In Florida in 2000, when Al Gore was in Florida, they were talking about dangling chads and pregnant chads.
Right.
And they were trying to determine whether these votes were votes or not. So this has actually happened before. So it's not nothing that's new.
You had so many situations. You had the issues with the voting machines. You had the issues with the mail-in ballots. It was a mess. It was a mess. And anybody that's a presidential candidate that sees all of that going on is certainly going to have an issue with it and certainly start asking people, hey, what's going on? That is not out of the ordinary.
I agree. But I'm going to say this. Al Gore himself did not call and say, find me some more votes.
As far as you know.
Okay.
No, he asked for a recount. It's a difference.
Count because of
the for a recount.
way in which they allow these people to vote. I think that's a topic all by itself. You said certain things we can't say, but the ways in which we are allowing people to vote in 2024 versus the technological advances that we have at hand that could simplify all of this is just ridiculous.
Well, that's the thing, Dr. Burks. Dr. Burks, that's the problem. The problem is we have to ask ourselves the question, why is the voting process so archaic if we know we can do it in a better way? That right there is the $1 million question. I won't dive into the rabbit hole as to the motive to why they won't change it, but
it's
y'all are smart. Put it together.
It's intentional.
It is.
Now, I will tell you this. If we really wanted to bring our voting system into the future, the blockchain can make sure we do that. So everybody knows how many votes are out there and everybody knows where they win. Right. So there's no mistaking about
it. It's too easy to do right now. So it has to be an intentional effort to skew the vote in one way or the other, or to have a basis by which you could dispute the vote.
And for the record, if Trump was what y'all say he is, he would have did what y'all always accuse him of, and he would have took over like some sort of dictator and stayed in office. That's what he would have did if he was even capable of that. He's not capable of it.
That's your opinion.
It's not an opinion. It happened.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
How is that my opinion? And that's literally what happened.
I'm capable of some things I've never done before, but that doesn't.
Oh my God! Like I'm tired.
That doesn't mean I'm not capable of it.
No,
what he's saying is that the man left office.
He left office. Like the girl math is off the charts tonight. I'm sorry.
Stop doing that. That pisses us off. So he did leave office. He did not leave office peacefully. He did not leave office like any other president in our 45 presidents left office. He left office with insurrection.
No, he did not.
Okay.
Sweet Jesus. Like,
There was
Ladies and
not.
gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and
Wonderful show.
now this
Ladies and gentlemen,
we're going to end the show. However, next week we'll have part 2 of this. KB, are you going to come back and be with us next week?
I can't be back next week. Sorry, I'll be in the
Why
air.
not?
I'll be in the air.
Oh, okay, that's right. You was in the air today, weren't you?
I was. Yeah. I let enough time to get on.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll get you back on another day. But yeah, Anger Man, thank you for coming in, man, tonight. Boss Man, thank you for coming in and fact checking for us. Embrace the Grace. KB, Alicia, thank you. Alicia, you know what? Alicia will sit there. She will say what she had to say, but she's taking a lot of notes mentally right now. Like she has a lot of things she's pondering right now. She's thinking real hard. Like, damn, I didn't know that. Oh my God.
Yeah,
and then we got the pit bull in here tonight, Anissa. God, I just can't take her nowhere. So then take heed to the look at her clapping. This sisterhood is a fool. And then take heed to the message. I know.
I'm not a part of the sisterhood. I'm not gonna clap.
It's a
all right,
guys.
Okay.
Hey,
Am I off the hook?
Now, KB,
Yes, you are, Grace.
Now, KB, I'm gonna tell you something. You need to go over and subscribe to Take Heed to the Message channel on YouTube. She comes on every morning. And you think we cooking over here, boy? She be cooking with straight Crisco, no great value over there.
No, don't send.
All right, but be careful. I said, be careful over there. You gonna get blocked.
No, don't send KP my way because I already got a
Green beans ready.
bitch. Don't send KP my way. No.
Let me do that right.
Malik gonna block you.
Green beans over there sitting in the corner with the wrench.
Yep. Well, let's make sure we
Ready to
subscribe
hit folks upside the
Angry
head
Man
with the dough.
channel. The Angry Man channel, make sure you subscribe to him. Embrace the Grace, her channel as well. You can see her on Monday over here, on Thursdays at her house. Anissa is always over here with us on Tuesdays. Raising Hell. Take heed to the message every morning. Cooking breakfast on Take Heed's channel, guys. Please go over and subscribe to Take Heed to the message. Boss Man, thank you for being here, man. And also my brother from another mother, the Velvet Voice of YouTube, Lost in Translation, man. Make sure y'all go and like and subscribe at his channel as well. This has been a great conversation, man. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Anger Man, if you want to come back next week, brother, feel free to do something, man. We love having you, brother. Until then, we out there, man.